All right, welcome in. Happy Friday night. So it is the weekly Friday night late stream. We go over a bunch of stuff that I didn't get to in my regular videos during the week, and then a few things that I did, or a couple of things that I did, but deserve a second look. If you're watching this on YouTube, do consider going over to Rumble and watching it. I would recommend everybody at some point take a couple of seconds and start up a Rumble account, and because a lot of your favorite creators may not be that long for YouTube, considering there's an election coming up. They're probably going to start nuking people, so it's not a bad idea to have something set up as a backup. And I'm finding that Rumble is working better for me. I actually have twice as many subscribers on YouTube, like 11,400. I got about 5,600 on Rumble, and I get more views on Rumble because I'm not suppressed there. So, yeah, consider going over, starting up an account, and watch me over there. I would like to have more subscribers on Rumble than YouTube, and I think that's going to happen eventually. It's a matter of when. And at any time, I could get nuked from YouTube as well. So, just saying that. So, what are we going to go over tonight? So, we got a bunch of stuff. I watched Lady Ballers. So, I've watched it. I enjoyed it. I'll give you, I guess, kind of a review-ish kind of thing on that. We're going to take a look at this story. This is about Biden administration and YouTube censorship and just general fuckery, trying to silence things that they don't like. Hold on one second. Let's see. Canadian cancer patient told condition untreatable. Doctors offer government-assisted suicide. She gets life-saving surgery in the U.S. Something to consider if anybody's thinking of moving to Canada for the health care. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. I will say that. And we'll get into that. Let me know how the sound is out there, by the way. I think everything looks like it's running smooth on this side, but you never know. So let me know. Trans high school volleyball player in California gives female player a concussion. Who could have seen this coming? So we'll take a look at this story. And that actually goes along nicely with the Lady Ballers movie as well. It's like a companion piece. This is the Irish law, the dystopian Irish law, which wants to make disagreeing with the government and government policies illegal. So we're not gonna go over this whole thing, but I'll show you some relevant parts in it. Let's see. What do we got here? So this is Woke Books by Elliot Page, Jamal Hill, and a queer Western flop after publishing house paid massive advances. So we're going to go over that story. Far-left activists cancel Jimmy Fallon for calling trans woman Bud. Boy, you can't do that. Not on late-night TV. Disney admits wokeness has been bad for business and damaged its reputation. Documents reveal. So we'll take a look at that. And, I mean, it's just stating the obvious, right? Get woke, go broke.
Everything woke turns to shit.
It's maybe not true every single time, but generally speaking.
Everything woke turns to shit.
All right, so we got that. Chicago residents fight back as city builds new housing for illegal immigrants. Super not happy that it's happening in their city. Big problem for them. Not liking it. I guess it's, would you call it NIMBYism, I guess? Not in my backyard. It's fine until it gets to people's own neighborhoods. And it's a problem throughout the Western world, by the way. What do we got here? I just think this is just so bizarre. I think this is so strange. Judge tosses temporary restraining order that blocked Biden admin from removing razor wire placed along southern border. That's just so strange, isn't it? It's so strange that the Biden admin would want to pardon me, would want to make the border less secure. I know that's what they've been doing. It's still hard to believe that it's not an alternate dimension or something, right? An alternate universe or something. It's just so damn weird that this would happen, like, in the open. That the United States has a president that is just openly inviting in people into the country illegally. It's so freaking odd. We're going to go over some weird news from the Toronto Sun weird news section. Some of this stuff they put in here. It's not even weird. I don't know why it's in there. Bus driver ate gummies containing THC, then passed out on highway. It's not really weird news. That's just somebody being stupid. That's just an idiot. But there's some stuff. There's one here about somebody who it's called, but of course, Indiana cops find gun drugs hidden somewhere in a man. And I'll leave that up to you. And I think there's a couple other ones we're going to look at. But then we're going to go to all the stuff I've bookmarked on Twitter, X. And that's what we end off the show with. Of course, we have the tradition that if things get too heavy, things are too awful, starts to destroy your faith in humanity too much, well, then we need a palate cleanser. And then we go to the puppies. Yeah, look at those guys. Don't you feel better now? Yeah, look at that. All right. And we have basically the same joke that we tell every single week regarding the puppies as well. And if things are still cooking after, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 hours. Last week went 4 hours, 20 minutes because a bunch of people jumped in at the end. So if that happens, we'll just go back to Twitter and just keep going forever. But we'll have to see how we do. All right. Lady Ballers. So I did watch it because I have Daily Wire Plus. Here's my verdict on it. It's surprisingly good. It's surprisingly good acting, surprisingly good writing. I mean, this is the first time that they've done something like this, one of these goofball comedies. I'm surprised. It's actually pretty good. I mean, I laughed out loud numerous times. I'm surprised that they were able to actually pull it off, because I think it's like, comedies are hard, right? Comedies are the hardest thing to do. I think it's harder than like a tearjerker or something. You know, in a goofball comedy, it can fall on its face pretty badly. But it's good. It's certainly the funniest movie I've seen in a long time. Because, I mean, look, the competition isn't that high, right? Everything is terrible now. Nobody's allowed to be funny. I mean, the reason that I found this funny is because they're actually allowed to tell some edgy jokes in it. Because they're not worried about offending anybody. I mean, this thing was released, exclusively on Daily Wire Plus. So they don't give a shit. I mean, they know they're going to be triggering people with this. Oh, we got Hot Retarded Chicks in the chat. He says, hey, Mikey, he likes it. That's true. Hot Retarded Chicks, that's Chicks with an X, has been with me, I think, pretty much since the beginning of my channel. It's been like 4 years or something. And over all that time, I still have not seen a better handle on YouTube than Hot Retarded Chicks. It really is the best name, period. I mean, it is sublimely juvenile in the most perfect way. I have never gotten sick of it. I have never stopped laughing when I see that name, Hot Retarded Chicks. To me, there's a beautiful simplicity in just how offensive it is. And I like it, and I approve. Will I ever see a name that I enjoy more than Hot Retarded Chicks? I don't know. It could happen, but I think even if it did, I don't think it's likely, by the way. I think it's extremely unlikely. But even if it did, I think that I wouldn't acknowledge that, just out of loyalty. Sometimes I just say HRC because Hillary Rodham Clinton. And I'm not sure that it's not actually Hillary Rodham Clinton, hot retarded chicks, Hillary Rodham Clinton. It could be. She gets up to some weird stuff. You just don't know. I mean, all that I know is that I have absolutely no information or know anybody or have ever heard of any information that would lead to the arrest of Hillary Rodham Clinton. No way. So nothing to worry about there. Anyway, let's move on. So Lady Ballers, the most triggering comedy of the year. It definitely is that. No question. Lefties are not going to like this movie. This is going to make them, well, shake with anger and fear. Our retarded chick says, even I don't know. See, that's the thing. It could be. She's so tricky that even you don't know. Anyway, I'd watch my back if I were you. Anyway, yes, Lady Ballers. Lady Ballers, they're going to be, I mean, well, it's not going to trigger anybody, the movie itself, because woke people won't watch it. Leftists don't watch anything. They avoid anything that's contrary to their cult, like the plague. They're terrified of it. I think the reason they're terrified of different opinions or any kind of art that may be a little different from what they're used to, I think the reason is because I think deep down they know that, this whole wokeist shit is completely incoherent, right? They know it doesn't make any sense. And they're trying to avoid some idea getting into their head that might question them, that might make them question it all. Because that's dangerous for them. They're not allowed to step out of line, right? They have to agree with everything that everybody, all their, Facebook friends agree with. Otherwise, they're out. They denounce each other really quick. So, it could be the end of their job or their social life. So they just can't afford to expose themselves to anything that dissents from the woke cult. It's just simply too dangerous. Because, there's no forgiveness for the woke, right? Once they're done with you, they're done with you. Once you're evil, once you're far right, once you're far right, that's it. You're not allowed to, they have to be very careful with the jokes they tell. I don't, right? I can say about Caitlyn Jenner, I can say, you know what? For all the flaws there, you have never seen an old man with better tits. Never. They can't do that. And they can't make a movie like Lady Ballers. And it's actually funny. Wait a second. We've got some new info here in the chat. Hillary and I are from Park Ridge, Illinois. Really? Jesus Christ, this is getting weirder. Let's never mention it again. Where was I with Lady Ballers? I was saying it's funny because, don't get me wrong, it's not a perfect movie. It's not a masterpiece. All right? It's not a masterpiece, but it's funny. It does its job. It does make you laugh. And they can be funny because they're not in that prison of wokeness where they're so terrified that a joke may not land or it might be misinterpreted. It might be interpreted to make fun of somebody that's on the list of people you're not supposed to make fun of, right? It's crippling. Have you watched Saturday Night Live? Jesus. They all look terrified up there to me. Don't say the wrong thing. And that's why these guys are allowed to be. Well, that's why Lady Ballers is actually allowed to be funny because it's not restricted in that way. One thing that surprised me about this, and I didn't know this till after I watched the movie, is that basically everybody from the Daily Wire is in this. I saw an interview. Apparently, um, they offered all the roles to actors. Like nobody would take the roles. Everybody was terrified, right? I guess they saw it as career death or something to work with the Daily Wire in a movie about you know men pretending to be women playing women's sports. Yeah, that's. I mean, really, it shouldn't be controversial at all. But yeah, it certainly is these days. So Jeremy Boring, who's I think the CEO of the Daily Wire, he stars in it. He's quite good in it. He also co-wrote it, and he directed it. So as far as I know, he didn't have any experience doing any of this kind of stuff before. So I'm really surprised at how well they pulled it off. And he's quite good in it. It's got the rest of them have smaller. Matt Walsh has kind of a medium part in it, and everybody Andrew Klavan, everybody kind of shows up for a little bit at least. But again, as far as I know, a first-time director, Jeremy Boring, I think, it all held together quite well. It was well-paced. Again, surprisingly good, and surprisingly good acting. It has the feel of kind of like a 90s goofball comedy. And in the 90s, this, like, even the subject matter, it would have really just been a movie. It wouldn't have been controversial, right? This just would have been a movie that people would have gone to see, right? And it wouldn't have been a political statement. Now, because of modern times, there is a couple of parts where I would say it does feel like they're putting a message on you, for sure. But at least it makes sense, right? At least it makes sense what they're saying. But the vast majority of the movie is just kind of a goofy goofball comedy. I saw a bit of a Tim Pool, an interview with the guy who plays Felix or Sheelix in the movie. And he was saying like the extras, because I guess the whole thing was kind of secret and the extras didn't know what the movie was going to be about. And apparently they started they started protesting on set. Like, once they found out what it's about. I mean, it's a leftist industry, right? But I found that kind of funny. Apparently, people found out they're like protesting outside as well and stuff. I mean, they can never stop fucking protesting. It didn't work. They made the movie. The guy who plays the Sheelix character, that's the guy with the short guy with the beard there and the long black hair. Apparently, he's been canceled for a while. He was dropped by his agent. They said that they didn't want any more white men. Apparently, he lost a bunch of jobs where he'd gotten the gig, and then the executives, the higher ups, had decided, no, we want to trans this or that, whatever, and that kept happening to him. And now he's in this movie with a pretty big role in it. Lady Ballers, a movie that mocks the recent and controversial phenomenon of men competing in women's sports. It was released today at 5 o'clock Pacific time. So you can, if you have Daily Wire Plus, you can watch it after this live stream, of course. It's well paced. There's enough jokes that land. There's a couple that are really funny, where I really laughed out loud. Again, not a masterpiece, but as entertainment, it does its job. This reminds me of the kind of movie I used to, back when I used to drink, I used to wake up in absolutely devastatingly terrible shape on like a Sunday sometimes. And I would like to watch just kind of goofy movies that somehow kind of helped my hangover. Maybe have a couple of cans of Hair of the Dog. And this is a movie. It's kind of like that. This is the kind of movie I would have watched on a Sunday afternoon where I was devastated from abusing myself from the night before. And that's a good thing. Like we need those kinds of movies. Again, this is not an Academy Award winner, but it does its job. It really should have had a theatrical release, in my opinion. Apparently they wanted to. They wanted to get a theatrical release, but no distribution company would touch it, of course, which is so stupid. I mean, it's so self-defeating. This is a movie that would have made money in the theaters. People are starving for anything non-woke. And something that makes fun of woke, like we know that would be successful. I don't know what the budget on this was. I think it was pretty small. Well, it certainly was pretty small. It would not have been hard for it to make a bunch of money in the theaters. And at some point, that kind of has to turn around, doesn't it? I mean, Hollywood is losing so much money. Can you really just afford to turn your nose up at something that this would have made money? Guaranteed. It's good enough, and enough people would have gone to see it. It would have done very well. Anybody on Rumble, let me know how the sound is over there. I would appreciate that very much. Yeah, so the acting was good. Everybody was good in it. It picks up steam as it goes. So I don't know if the film was shot like chronologically, but everything seems to get better as the movie goes. It picks up steam. And I will say the ending, I mean, the hardest part of a movie, especially a comedy, is the ending, wrapping it up. And they did a great job. It was an excellent ending, actually. It was heartwarming, and it was wholesome too. Like they did a great. It wasn't, so many movies you get to the end, it's disappointing. This actually was a really good ending to this. They wrapped it up really nicely. Again, the thing, it picks up steam as it goes. Everything gets better about it as it goes. And yeah, I was glad that I watched it. And again, extremely pleasantly surprised by how enjoyable it was. It's worth watching. But don't expect, again, like, an Oscar winner. It's not. But if you want to have a laugh and laugh at wokeness and woke people and the insanity of the modern world, it's worth it. All right, I guess we're done with that now. Let's move on. Actually, you know what? Let's go back and I'll show you the trailer. You guys probably want to see that. Let me make this a little bigger. There we go.
In a world where women's sports is being transformed, the Daily Wire calls foul with the most triggering comedy of the year.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Please don't steal my catalytic converter again. Winning matters. It's the key ingredient in becoming a winner.
Maybe you should try it sometime. Are you gonna move?
I am not.
Let's cut to the chase. I know you're not a woman.
Hey, you don't know how he identifies.
If you can beat them,
What do you know about the U.S. Opens for the Global Games?
You want us to compete as women. $5,000 prizes.
My lover says you were a great coach back in the day.
join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. So a guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
Oh, that's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice.
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes.
Coach? Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
It's time
We're in.
I'm in. I'm in.
to play
Lady Balders. Mount up.
like a girl.
That's right. I'm with her. Believe in my truth.
day one of being a girl athlete? I love being a girl.
To sheroes.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer. I said sport, Felix!
It's ladies basketball, boys. Nobody watches.
Excuse me. Are these seats open?
Never mind.
Getting dunks. And tucking trunks.
No, she didn't. That's the biggest I've ever seen on a lady.
I don't care.
Lady ballers.
One can even be trans age now, which provides Sheelix with a wonderful opportunity to relive all the experiences that she missed out on in school.
Streaming exclusively on Daily Wire Plus December 1st.
All right. Yeah, I will also say that about it that I was not I wasn't distracted during the whole thing, which is extremely rare for me. Get most movies I try and watch, like I'm on my phone within like 15 minutes because they suck so badly. See, Hot Retarded Chick says, it sounds boring, actually. You shut the fuck up right now. Your name is Hot Retarded Chicks. You don't get a say in this. God damn it. I don't want to have to scold you. Anyway, let's just move on. Let's move on from that. Biden admin praised YouTube censorship. That's not surprising. Used it to pressure Facebook to intensify suppression of vaccine stories. Again, none of this is really surprising. I mean, like we already knew that the administration was doing this anyway. I mean, with Twitter, with the Twitter files, we already knew, but we have a bit more detail here regarding this. Says, as the Biden administration pressured big tech companies to censor American speech during the COVID vaccine rollout, Google's YouTube went along with the White House's requests. Google's YouTube went along with the White House's requests before Facebook was pressured to follow suit, according to documents shared with the House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan and obtained by the Daily Wire. So Google was already all in. YouTube was already all in, and they used that to pressure Facebook, which was not quite as all in. And I don't think they tolerate that. In an April 18th, 2021 email, Facebook President for Global Affairs Nick Clegg expressed concern after Andy Slavitt, a senior White House advisor, told him that Facebook was lagging behind as YouTube made significant advances to remove content leading to vaccine hesitancy. So, Facebook was lagging behind. So it sounds like YouTube was the golden child here, doing exactly what they were told. I'm not at all surprised with that. I mean, YouTube has been bragging for years now that they suppress content, that they suppress videos. They were bragging in like 2020 or even before then that they were bragging about the amount of content that they were able to keep under 100 views. Very proud of this. You know, unauthorized opinions and ideas. What did they call it? They called it like marginal content or something. So Facebook President for Global Affairs, Nick Clegg, he said, here's in a message, I guess, quote, just got off an hour-long call with Andy Slavitt. He's the guy from the government. And Clegg, this guy from YouTube, is the United Kingdom's former deputy prime minister. It's all very, I mean, it's kind of unbelievable how incestuous it all is, isn't it? You know, going from going from deputy prime minister to, one of the top guys at Facebook, it tells you something, doesn't it? It tells you something. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that interconnectedness. Anyway, there are some pretty serious and sensitive issues we need to address. A summary. He was appreciative of the data we sent through on Friday and confirmed that Rob F. had said that they had never received so much data from us before. So, that sounds terrible. Oh, man. Clegg, who appears to be referring to Rob Flaherty, Biden's censorship czar, said it was the White House's view that Facebook was lagging behind the other tech companies. Quote, Andy attended a meeting of misinfo researchers organized by Rob F. on Friday, in which the consensus was that Facebook is a disinformation factory and that YouTube has made significant advances to remove content leading to vaccine hesitancy, whilst we have lagged behind. Well, that's so disappointing. They must have felt so bad disappointing the censors like that. What a shame. They want to be good boys. Earlier this year, Jordan began releasing the Facebook files, showing that the Biden administration pressured the social media giant to stifle speech the White House didn't like, including limiting outlets such as the Daily Wire's reach on the platform and boosting the reach of legacy media outlets. Now, if you ever look up a news event, something topical, something that's happening right now, you just want to look it up. Every time I do that in the YouTube search engine, you get 2 or 3 legacy media sources that always say the same thing. And then everything after that is a bunch of shit that's not even related to the thing you're interested in. When the YouTube CEO was bragging about keeping content, marginal content or whatever they call it, when she was bragging about keeping that under 100 views, that's what she's talking about. Flaherty, in emails released by Jordan earlier this year, suggested that Facebook change the algorithm so that people were more likely to see New York Times, Wall Street Journal, any authoritative news source over the Daily Wire. I mean, it's, and the Daily Wire is pretty big, and that's why they're afraid of it. This is scandalous, right? This is scandalous. The Biden administration trying to censor the Daily Wire. It's so brazen. I feel half the time I feel like I'm looking at an alternate universe or something. Our systems, he believes, as confirmed by the researchers, feed vaccine-hesitant-related content to pockets of the population, and that's the problem he wants our help to resolve. Wow. It's really amazing. So they're trying to prevent misinformation, stop misinformation, when the worst misinformation came from our own governments, not just the U.S., not just the Biden administration. Canada, the Trudeau administration was just as bad, maybe even worse. The biggest liars were the authoritative sources. The authoritative sources that Biden wanted YouTube to and Facebook to channel everybody to. I mean, it's just amazing. It's just, again, alternate universe or something. How can this be real? I mean, I remember Biden himself saying, if you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID, right? Well, that wasn't true. That was misinformation. That was a lie. They lied about the effectiveness. They lied about transmissibility. They lied about, especially about young people and kids needing it. Do you know that a Pfizer exec in front of the European Parliament admitted that they hadn't even tested for transmissibility regarding the vaccine? I mean, that was the entire justification in Canada for the federal mandates that prevented Canadians from traveling on planes or trains unless they were fully boosted. I find it depressing, I guess. I'm not black-pilled though. I still think that the institutions are resilient enough that all this can be turned around. So I'm not black-pilled. Absolutely not. I've still got hope. Canadian cancer patient told condition untreatable. Doctors offer government-assisted suicide. She gets life-saving surgery in the U.S. So, are they still in the States? Are the leftists still going on about Canadian healthcare? Because if they are, they shouldn't be. Now, there are still people having positive experiences, but there's fewer and fewer of them, and it is failing fast. It is a shadow of what it used to be, even 10 years ago. Like, if you're moving to Canada, you're not getting a family doctor. You can't get one. I can't get a family doctor, okay? And I have no hope of getting one. So, pardon me. And obviously the problem in Canada, as it is across the Western world, is mass immigration, right? It's supply and demand. It's pretty simple stuff, really. Mass immigration has swamped the system. And especially when you're bringing in extended families, because you're bringing in parents and grandparents. Those are all people that are going to need health care, probably a lot of it, more than like a 30-year-old person who's working, right? So it seems like a crazy plan, really, a self-defeating plan. Mass immigration, it seems in Canada, is eating up more resources than it's providing. And the system can't cope. The infrastructure can't cope. And, you could try and print money to pay for it. But, the inevitable inflation just puts you right in the back place, right back in the same place where you started anyway, right? Reality always wins in the end. It always wins over utopian fantasies. Our retarded chick says that you gotta kidnap a doctor up there. I would never do that. I haven't heard any stories of that either, but it's pretty messed up here. Again, in some places it's still functioning, but like an emergency room in a Canadian city, forget about it. Like, you want to be there 18 hours? I had to take my dad up there, I don't know, 6 months ago or something, and we were in there for hours. And then eventually, he just said, he was all right. We had to, it was going to be like 18 hours to see a doctor. He's fine, by the way. Everything was okay. But that's the kind of stuff that Michael Moore doesn't tell Americans about when it comes to Canadian healthcare. At least he's not, if he's talking about it at all now, right? I don't know. Do you guys still hear about, like, anybody in the States right now? Do you guys still hear about anybody like mooning over Canadian healthcare? Because if they are, they should stop it immediately, because it ain't great. A Victoria, BC woman with abdominal cancer had to go to the United States for a life-saving operation because wait times in Canada are so long. Alison Duclouseau told Global News that after being diagnosed with cancer, she was told she was eligible for Canada's, After being diagnosed with cancer, that she was told that she was eligible for Canada's medical assistance in dying program. For any significant medical assistance was offered. This is Trudeau's Canada. I believe Canada now has the highest percentage, like per capita, of like medical assistance in dying, euthanasia, of any country in the world now. That's what Trudeau, this is the great improvement that Trudeau's brought to Canada. So we kill more of our own people than anybody else now, right? He made medical assistance in dying to people just with like mental issues, schizophrenia, depression. I mean, we're one step away from those suicide booths from Futurama. Apparently they're just offering this to everybody now, right? Yeah, things are getting weird. And we've had Trudeau for 8 years. How enough Canadians didn't wake up by 2021 to vote him out by then? It's just mind-boggling to me, because he's never been good. Now, things are so bad in Canada now that it's turned around. It looks like the Conservatives, if the election were today, would win in a massive landslide, and the Liberals would be absolutely crushed. And they crushed to the point where, you know, it would be like rebuilding from scratch, which I think would be a good thing. Because, you know, the Liberal Party in Canada was never crazy, right? It wasn't like an insane party before. I would say it was probably more conservative than, you know, like the Democrat Party, even, at least in certain things. Maybe some other things not, but it was a responsible party for the most part. It wasn't nuts. It wasn't doing things. It wasn't screwing things up so bad that they would become generational problems, right? Or could never be fixed the way that Trudeau has. So it would be advantageous if the Liberal Party just completely went down in flames and had to rebuild and redefine itself. Right now, it's just competing with the NDP to be the most leftist party imaginable, the wokest party imaginable. Anyway, so Trudeau wants to kill everybody. It's basically where it comes from. Okay, she began feeling pain in her abdomen in early November 2022, had some tests done, and waited for an appointment with her family doctor. Then she collapsed. In November, I ended up at emergency because the pain was just getting progressively worse. I didn't get to sleep one night and woke up my now husband and said, I think we better go to emergency. So we did. And when I was there, I got a CT scan, or I was booked for one of the next day, and the results of the CT scan indicated it looked like it might be something called peritoneal carcinom. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. Carcinomatosis. Got it. Which is abdominal cancer. I'm going to have to go to the puppies after this video. Only after further tests revealed she had stage 4 cancer did her doctor refer her to the BC Cancer Agency. A consulting surgeon with the agency told her she wasn't a candidate for surgery, despite her family doctor stating a HIPEC procedure in which chemotherapy doses are delivered into the abdomen was what is usually done to treat this kind of cancer. But that's the sort of thing that's expensive, and Trudeau already spent all the money. Quote, chemotherapy is not very effective with this type of cancer, the surgeon told her. It only works in about 50% of the cases to slow it down. And you have a lifespan of what looks to be 2 months to 2 years. And I suggest you talk to your family, get your affairs in order, talk to them about your wishes, which was indicating, you know, whether you want to have medically assisted dying or not. Now, fortunately for her, she got another opinion in which the doctor confirmed HIPEC was the procedure she needed and sought treatment in the U.S. Quote, I had to fly to California to get one of my diagnostic scans done there, a PET scan, because I wasn't getting in here, and I had to pay to have another CT scan done when I got to Baltimore because they couldn't get it in time before I left. And what's the... let's see. Let's get past this. So basically, she couldn't get the service in the treatment in Canada. How can you prioritize cases so that people with aggressive stage 4 cancer get seen by someone, and when they do get seen, they get offered treatment and not made like I was the first time? So, yeah, it's the preferable case is where they offer you treatment instead of offering to kill you. I guess that's the long and short of it. Universal healthcare doesn't really exist, she said. My experience is it's do-it-yourself healthcare and GoFundMe healthcare. So she had to go to the States, and now she's got the treatment. Socialized medicine in Canada is also not exactly free. The think tank reported that the average Canadian family spends over $12,000 in taxes on government-funded healthcare. Yeah, because it's not cheap. It doesn't just come from nowhere. You don't just grab it from the air. It's resources. Has to be paid for. So it's, this is I guess a warning about definitely anybody who's thinking about moving to Canada. You'll probably have to go back to the States for your health care if it's anything serious. And also, too, you might want to know, anybody potentially thinking of moving here, that the government wants to kill you. So be very happy to. Extremely happy to. All right, let's move on. Trans high school volleyball player in California gives female player a concussion during game, knocking her out for entire season. Again, it's just one of those things that you kind of feel like it's kind of predictable. It's the kind of thing that could happen. Yeah, it's a big girl, I guess. Impressive eyebrows there too, actually. A California father has come forward to reveal that his 17-year-old daughter suffered a serious concussion during a high school volleyball game in which the opposing team had a trans-identified male student competing alongside women, causing the longtime player to have to sit out for the rest of her senior year. Because the world is crazy. Lewis, whose name was changed to protect his family, told Redux that his daughter, who had been playing the sport since a young age, had a ball spiked at her head by the transgender student during an October game at Half Moon Bay High School. My daughter has been involved in volleyball since she was in 4th grade. She has always been a kid with her eye on the prize. When she first started asking about playing volleyball, she began practicing in the backyard. For hours at a time, she'd hit the ball on the sloped roof. Eventually, she was able to be team captain at her school. And then a tranny hit her in the head with a ball. Spiked her in the head with a ball. Which is probably, not something she imagined would happen before today. Let's see. Lewis said he immediately felt something was off at the October game, noticing that one of the players on the opposing team seemed stronger than the other girls. Let's get another look here. Yeah. I mean, I can't tell the difference. I can't. That just looks like a normal woman to me, normal girl to me. From a distance, it seemed like a boy dressed in girls' volleyball uniform. Lewis said, adding that he quickly texted his wife in confusion. I asked if she knew that there may be a boy on the Half Moon Bay team. She said yes. I told my wife that this was not fair. I felt frustrated that in an indirect way, I was now supporting someone's gender confusion. To boot, they were now playing against my daughter and her teammates. I had heard about transgender in sports issues, bathroom gender identification politics, and trans groups reading to kids at school. Now it was directly hitting home. Literally. I guess no pun intended. Let's see. The other parent turned to me and said, did you see that? She was hit by that boy. I mean, I kind of get parents being pissed off by this because it kind of makes perfect sense to be mad because that shouldn't be happening. You know, the whole thing with girls being injured by guys pretending to be girls because it's just a lot stronger is the thing, right? And when they spike the ball at your head, when they hit the ball at your head, it hurts more, I think. And that's a problem. A doctor confirmed she suffered a concussion. It's not that surprising. All right. I think it's time to, no, we're not going to go to the puppies yet. We're going to wait. Hold on. Let's keep going. Hold on a second. Hot Retarded Chick says the E in ER stands for extermination. I believe it does. Extermination room. In Canada, anyway. Probably soon to be coming to a hospital near you. So, what do we have here? This is the dystopian censorship bill in Ireland. And I thought we'd take a quick look at what it says in here, because they'll be trying to pass laws like this in every country soon. All right, interpretation. In this act, framework decision means council framework decision, blah, 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 on combating certain forms and expressions of racism and xenophobia by means of criminal law, the text of which is set out for convenience of reference in the schedule. Okay, so forms and expressions of racism and xenophobia. Well, we know what that means, don't we? That means disagreeing with immigration policies. Hatred means hatred against a person or a group of persons in the state or elsewhere on account of their protected characteristics or any one of the following characteristics. Of course, we've got race, color, nationality, religion, national ethnic origin, descent, gender, sex characteristics, sexual orientation, or disability. Of course, I think it goes without saying that there's one group of people that's not protected by any of this, and that's straight white Irishmen. All right. I made some notes on where I need to go in this bill. All right, let's go to, where are we? All right. Offense of incitement to violence or hatred against persons on account of their protected characteristics. And of course, the question always is, who decides what's hatred, right? Well, it's not you. You know that for sure. It's not going to be anybody that you'd want to be making that determination either. It's going to mean basically whatever the powers that be want it to mean. And it's always the way. Offense of incitement to violence or hatred against persons on account of their protected characteristics. The person does so with intent to incite violence or hatred against such a person or group of persons on account of those characteristics or any of those characteristics, or being reckless as to whether such violence or hatred is thereby incited. The key word here is reckless. So intent to incite violence doesn't mean you actually did. It just means intent to. And somebody who's not you is going to decide whether or not you intended to, right? But it doesn't stop there. Being reckless, what does that mean? You did something recklessly. So by that, it would imply that without intent, but you were reckless, and somebody's going to decide what that is. It kind of feels like it's written in a way that no matter what, you're going to be guilty. It's scary stuff. All right, let's keep going here. How about this? A person may be found guilty of an offense under Section 7 or 8, irrespective of whether the communication of material or behavior the subject of the offense was successful. Irrespective of whether the communication of material or behavior the subject of the offense was successful in inciting another person to violence or hatred against a person or a group of persons on account of their protected characteristics. So it doesn't matter, irrespective of whether the material or the behavior was successful in inciting another person. So you don't actually have to incite anybody to do anything, right? Doesn't matter. They can read your mind. They know. This is kind of terrifying stuff, you know? So you haven't even committed, this is crime without a crime. I think it's pretty frightening. Okay, if a judge of the district court is satisfied by information on oath of a member that there are reasonable grounds for suspecting that evidence of or relating to the commission of an offense under Section 7810 is to be found in any place, the judge may issue a warrant for the search of that place or any persons found at that place. So this is the police bursting through your door and raiding your property, right? If there's reasonable grounds that you were reckless, to examine, seize, and retain anything found at that place or anything found in possession of a person present at that place at the time of the search that member reasonably believes to be evidence of or relating to the commission of an offense under blah, 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 as the case may be. And this is like all your electronics, and they can just search anything. I mean, they just find a picture that you drew. That can be evidence against you. This is really dystopian stuff. This is saying, do not piss us off because we're going to get you. That's what this is doing. Terrifying. This is a document for the thought police to use to drag you off to the ministry of truth. Now, I think what's happening in Ireland is pretty scary, you know? I would say, I mean, maybe they would look at, the Freedom Convoy. Freedom Convoy in Canada was peaceful. And of course, it was branded as being violent by the media and, of course, the Trudeau regime. But it was peaceful. And it was effective. It made a difference. That's what really started to turn things against Trudeau. And the mandates ended shortly after that as well. Freedom Convoy worked. Right? The truckers, it worked. You also had the Dutch farmer protest, right? Well, look who they've just elected. Geert Wilders, right? Effective. It worked. I wonder if we'll see something like that out of Ireland. I guess we'll have to find out. But let's move on. It says, woke books by Elliot Page, Jamel Hill, and a queer Western flopped after publishing houses paid massive advances. So the thing about like the queer Western or whatever it is, like they're good for like one or two, like Brokeback Mountain. right? It was like a novelty. It was a novel thing. Worked for that. It's still a pretty niche genre, like gay westerns, queer westerns. It's still a pretty niche genre. You can't like pump them out like Marvel does. Even Marvel can't pump out the superhero movies and still make money. Never mind gay cowboys. As for the rest of it, let's see. Elliot Page, oops, I did a hate crime there. Was paid $3 million for her book. $3 million about deciding she was actually a man. That book sold a mere 68,000 copies. I'm not surprised that it flopped. I'm not surprised Jamel Hill's flopped either. Or the queer cowboy movie. I'm surprised Elliot Page's book sold as many as 68,000. I find that very surprising. Here's the thing that I think there's this illusion that there are certain things that are more popular than they really are, and that more people care about than really do. You know, Page and Hill were never really that popular to begin with, and they were pushed on us as if they were a big deal. But they weren't really. I mean, and all of like the big movies that Ellen Page at the time was in, she was part of an ensemble cast with much bigger names than her, right? And did anybody ever like Jamel Hill? She was just a media creation, right? She was just foisted because those were some check marks that needed to be filled in. Why would you give her a bunch of money? I mean, nobody cares. You know, Elliot Page, whatever, is known for gender reasons now. Hill is fanatically woke, anti-white, so the media adored them. And I think tricked themselves even into thinking that really many other people cared. In their world, this was wonderful. But it's becoming clearer and clearer that media people are not very well connected to reality. As for a gay cowboy novel, everybody knows gay cowboys don't read, right? So complete waste of time there. If people can't relate to something, they're not going to buy it, right? They can be okay as like a one-off every once in a while. But when there's too much, like there's too much gay right now. The market is saturated for gay, right? There's too much. It's not a novel thing anymore. Now it's just this thing that's everywhere. And the vast majority of people just don't really, it doesn't mean that they hate, they're full of hate or care. It's just that it's not as interesting for a story anymore. It doesn't matter to them, right? People can't relate to it. They're not interested in it. They're not going to buy it. And that's just the way it is. And the retard market is saturated right now. Is there anything else interesting in here? For that advance of $3 million, the book should have sold almost 450,000. And so instead it sold 68,000. And again, I'm surprised it even sold 68,000. And she's not a compelling figure. Seems very miserable. Doesn't seem to be experiencing this gender bliss or euphoria, whatever they say. He always seems pretty unhappy. All right, let's move on. We've been going for a little over an hour now. Far left activists cancel Jimmy Fallon for calling trans woman Bud. I like this one. Hunter Schafer is a biological male who is being cast to play a female character in the latest Hunger Games. Because, of course. Shall we watch it? Let's watch it.
is on kid.
Oh, well, I mean, for Halloween, I was obsessed with how the Capitol people were in costumes, and I made my own costume. What?
Oh, Bud.
I know.
This is unbelievable. This is really cool.
Yeah, I think
now you're in Hunger Games.
I know, as a Capitol.
As a Capitol person.
It's crazy. It's really, yeah, crazy.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Bud. Come on, is that?
Kind of like, not too far off from me.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
Tell me who you play.
Let's catch that again. Hold on.
Kind of like, not too far off from me.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Tell me who you played. Tell me who you played.
Wait.
Where do you want me to go?
I think we didn't
I
stand
think we missed it. Hold on, let's go back.
It's really, yeah, crazy.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Bud. Come on, is that?
There it was. Congratulations, bud. I'm sorry, it's an easy mistake to make. Libby Emmons said, it's a good thing Jimmy Fallon wasn't in Ireland, or he'd be in jail right now. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's definitely a hate crime, apparently. Apparently these days. Late night TV host Jimmy Fallon came under fire for calling trans actor Hunter Schafer Bud during an interview on his show. Schafer, a trans actor who plays the female role Tigress Snow in the latest Hunger Games installment, was on the show to talk about the film. And yeah, I'm not going to be seeing that movie because I have no interest in the Hunger Games. A Fallon was reacting to a photo in which Schafer had dressed as a resident from the Capitol, the city in the Hunger Games, as a teen. Now Schafer is living the dream of getting to play a resident of Capitol in the new film. Well, that's nice. And I don't have a problem with the actor. I don't really care. I just think it's kind of funny that Jimmy Fallon said Bud. And I think that, this is why I think that they can't make funny movies anymore, right? Because anything could be, they don't want to make any missteps. They don't want to take the chance that the joke could not land the way they expected, or they just didn't see it from the same angle as some crazy person on Twitter will. And all of a sudden it's a big problem. I mean, what are they saying about here? So this is the sort of thing they're worried about. Bud is gender neutral. Quote unquote, Bud is gender neutral. A slight majority of people might say it in a gender neutral way, but you obviously don't know it's used exclusively for men most of the time. Even if Hunter isn't bothered, it's still gross and telling of how Fallon views trans women. Look, it's just an easy mistake to make. After all, it is a man pretending to be a woman. I'm sorry, I don't have any hate for anybody or anything, but that's just reality. When woke runs into reality, ultimately, eventually, reality is going to win because reality is real. It just has a better argument because it's actually real. Sorry about that, Bud. As if I didn't have reason enough to hate Fallon. Really? Reason enough to hate Fallon? Is that because he had Trump on and he touched Trump's hair in 2016? As if I didn't have enough reason to hate Fallon. He takes this opportunity to show that he doesn't see Hunter as the beautiful, immaculate queen sitting before him. To my cis readers, I hope you don't see this as an overreaction. Oh, no, of course not. Bud Buddy is unquestionably male-coded. Male-coded. All this language that they use now, just fuck off. Everything you guys think is totally incoherent and retarded. And it doesn't matter how much you mess with the English language. As if I didn't have enough reason to hate Fallon. Isn't he the most kind of milquetoast of all the, he's the kind of the least, he's the least offensive out of all of them, isn't he? He's the most innocuous out of all of them. It's kind of weird, right? Hating Jimmy Fallon. I mean, he's embarrassed himself by doing apologies and things. It always seemed like he just doesn't want to get into trouble. and he's just willing to do anything he can to keep his job. So cowardly, sure. Doesn't see Hunter as the beautiful, immaculate queen sitting before him. Why do we... these demands to pretend to believe things that we don't believe. It's just... the narcissism is incredible. I mean, what happened? Right? He just let slip what every person knows. Every single person, even the wokest person, still has some little cluster of functioning neurons deep in the back of their brain, you know? Like, everybody knows, including the people who wrote those ridiculous tweets. Stop fucking pretending. All right. Disney admits wokeness has been bad for business and damaged its reputation. Documents reveal. The company referenced that they had experienced risks relating to misalignment with public and consumer tastes. Well, that's putting it mildly, isn't it? Yeah, I would say so. I would say the losing, what I saw an article, they've lost like $750 million on their films in the last like year and a half. Yeah, a misalignment. Why is that? Why is there a misalignment, I wonder? Could it have anything to do with wokeness, perhaps? I think it might. Risks relating to misalignment with public and consumer taste. I mean, the thing is that they must have known this for a while, and they just were still continuing completely heedlessly. I mean, maybe the problem is just that, you know, with a huge company like that, the pipeline goes back years, right? So by the time you see something, I think in general, actually, for film production, you know, it's years from the moment you sign a deal for something to the time it actually goes out. So maybe it's just a matter of they had all this stuff that they'd already sunk a bunch of money into, and they just needed to try and salvage something, possibly. I don't know. It says here that Disney announced that it has finally realized that they are out of step with their audience. This has had a deep impact on their profitability. In a filing with the SEC, the company referenced that they had experienced risks relating to misalignment with public and consumer tastes. Generally, our revenues and profitability are adversely impacted when our entertainment offerings and products, as well as our methods to make our offerings and products available to consumers, do not achieve sufficient consumer acceptance. That means that they lose money when everybody hates the garbage that they put out. Disney said that consumers' perceptions of our position on matters of public interest, including our efforts to achieve certain of our environmental and social goals, often differ widely and present risks to our reputation and brand. So they're admitting it there. Efforts to achieve certain of our environmental and social goals. They're supposed to be making princess movies. You know, they bought Marvel. They're supposed to be putting out fun, escapist entertainment. They bought Lucasfilm, right? They're supposed to be putting out fun, escapist science fiction, not pushing environmental and social goals. Again, this is another one of those things where I feel like I'm looking into an alternate universe. It shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard to say, you know what? Environmental and social goals are none of our goddamn business. Maybe we'll just leave that alone. Apparently not. Apparently, let's see, girl bosses, anti-capitalism, gender theory, crapping on iconic male characters like Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Indiana Jones. Who could have guessed that this would have gone over poorly? who was it that said, I think it was the guy from Film Threat, said, trying to turn these franchises like Indiana Jones, Star Wars into girl franchises, girl genres, was going to be the most costly mistake in like film history. And it shouldn't take a genius to figure that out, right? We know who likes like action movies, for instance. It's men. And if women go to see it, they go to look and goggle at the shirtless male star of the movie, right? A lot of women going to see, Marvel movies. We're going to look at Thor with his shirt off. You put out the Marvels, and it's 3 girl bosses that nobody ever really cared about, and of course, it becomes the least profitable, well, the biggest bomb actually, and out of all of the Marvel movies. And why? Because it didn't offer anything to anybody. Anything to anybody that would go and see a Marvel movie. Women aren't actually interested in the female characters. So that's no good. And the men don't like those female characters either. And I've kind of learned what's happening now, right? These are just, intersectional feminist films now, right? They're lecture fests. None of this should have been a major surprise. Nobody should have been surprised by any of this. And here they admit it. They admit that it was their environmental and social goals that got in the way, that often differ widely and present risks to our reputation and brands. Yes, indeed. All of this comes after more than a year of tumult in the company, during which the CEO and other execs were feuding with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over his parental rights and education bill. That's right. It's not called the Don't Say Gay bill. It's called the Parental Rights and Education bill. The bill prevented schools from secretly gender transitioning students and required sex and gender education to be age appropriate. Now, Disney has always been fundamentally a family, a place where people went for family entertainment. Stuff you could show your kids and you wouldn't have to worry, right? What the fuck are they doing getting involved with all of that? Why would they want to be seen on the side of secretly gender transitioning kids? Seems like a recipe for disaster. And again, should have been obvious. Should have been obvious. I mean, obviously, there was a deep lack of respect for the public. A deep disrespect on the level of just thinking, well, we're just going to socially engineer everybody into liking what we put out. This is what we think. They hired a bunch of woke people to run everything. They said, well, this is what we're into, and we'll just socially engineer the rest of the population. Turns out that people are individuals. They're not just blank slates that you can just write your own crazy cult beliefs onto at will. Some people, sure. I'll give them that. One of their latest offerings, Snow White, was tabled as the company realized that the progressive tone of the film was not going to be popular with viewers. What, Snow White and the 7 diverse companions, you mean? In fact, the star of the film, Rachel Zegler, spoke out at length against the traditional storytelling of the fable. The film's release date has been pushed back until they can get it back on track. This is going to be a very expensive disaster. Very expensive. The film went as far as to consult with the dwarfism community over concerns that these 7 dwarves would be seen as offensive. So, and actually dwarf actors were super pissed about that as well, because they lost jobs, like really good jobs. There's not that many opportunities for them. It's one of those places where woke doesn't actually help anybody. In fact, it just hurts. And they were pissed. All right, let's move on. Chicago residents fight back as city builds new housing for illegal immigrants. Quote, nobody was really told that this was going to happen. They basically said, we're going to do this, shut up, community member Michael Patland said. So it really has kind of seemed to have some effect, sending illegal immigrants from the border states up north so that the people that vote for open borders actually have to experience the consequences of that. And it turns out they don't like it. They don't like the consequences of their own votes. Will that make them, I mean, will Chicago not be run from top to bottom by Democrats? Of course it will. Of course it's going to be there. That nothing's going to change, but they're going to complain about this. Chicago residents are protesting against a government-run tent encampment for illegal immigrants being set up in the Brighton Park neighborhood. According to Reuters, protesters have been gathering daily near the construction site of one of the 2 new shelters being built in Brighton Park. The shelters are expected to open as soon as mid-December. They cost the state of Illinois, which funded the project, $65 million to build, and will house up to 2,200 illegal immigrants. Residents of Brighton Park are suing the city in an attempt to halt construction, stating that the encampment violates Chicago zoning laws. Quote, these people are just getting off the bus and everything's given to them, said one of the protesters, longtime resident Ricardo Palacios. Well, that sounds like a white supremacist name, right? As a taxpayer, I don't think that's right. People are just getting off the bus and everything's given to them. I don't think that's right as a taxpayer. Interesting. Quote, nobody was really told this was going to happen. They basically said, we're going to do this, shut up. Illegal immigrants at the encampment will have an 11 p.m. curfew, but residents of the neighborhood fear this will be tough to enforce and are worried about a potential uptick in crime, as well as overcrowded schools. Quote, I can handle myself. I worry more about the children in the neighborhood. These are very similar things that you were hearing, like, all over Western countries, right? We're hearing it in Europe. We're hearing it in Ireland, right? We're hearing, there's concerns about crime in Canada. Of course, in the U.S. But these concerns now, because they've been busing people from the border up, which the Biden administration hates, but they've been busing them up north from like Texas. Now the consequences of the voting habits are coming to those people there. Again, they don't like it. But this is what this is what they voted for. Right? The city is paying around $92,000 per month to lease the lot, and additionally have signed a $29 million contract with Canadian company, sorry you guys, Garda World, to build camps for illegal immigrants across the city. So yeah, I guess people are waking up and saying, even in these deep blue places, and saying, something is wrong here. This doesn't make any sense. Once people can actually see the consequences, right? Now, in Canada, the polling has always said, which I haven't totally believed the polling, but the polling has always said that Canadians are very much in favor. The majority of Canadians are very happy with the immigration situation. Not so much anymore. All of a sudden, we're seeing polling of like 75% of Canadians think there's too much and want to stop it. Once people actually start to experience the things that they were warned about, they change their mind. Everybody has a line, right? Everybody has a line, an ideological line that they get to where the ideology, they realize, I guess it's a reality line, where they hit that reality line or maybe that reality wall and they go, whoa, okay, no, I was wrong. No, I'm going to do things differently now, right? You can't, reality is going to get you. And once it does for people, it's obvious to them, and then they wonder what the hell they were doing. Now, I don't think that Chicago's going to turn red. I think there's some places that you forgot, like San Francisco. It doesn't matter what happens there. For some reason, there seems to be places where there's just nothing that can convince them. It seems like they can even know that they're voting for things that are going to hurt them and they still won't care. It's a strange phenomenon. I mean, I guess it's just brainwashing, indoctrination. It's just so strong. People's identities get so tied in with this thing. They've been indoctrinated so deeply into believing that, anything that doesn't feel far left is fascist or evil or far right, even if it was something that would have been considered liberal 20 years ago, like free speech. The erosion of support for free speech has been happening. I think it really did start like about 20 years ago. And it really got bad like around 2016, I think, when I kind of feel like at that point, they just completely gave up. I mean, now the left is adamantly opposed to free speech. It's 100% authoritarian / totalitarian. If you support free speech in any way, you're considered to be far right now. That includes like mainstream media. That includes, the legacy media. Certainly CNN, MSNBC. They're not fans of it. And that's, one reason, that they're no longer functioning as actual journalistic, obviously they're not functioning as legitimate, objective journalistic organizations anymore, obviously. But once they are openly opposed to their own free speech, right? Their own ability to change their minds and not be punished for it. Yeah, at that point, it's just a propaganda. It's just Ministry of Truth stuff. All right. Judge tosses temporary restraining order that blocked Biden admin from removing razor wire placed along southern border. So, this would be a sign, right? That the administration just wants completely open borders, right? Wants to flood your country with as many people as possible. This would be a sign when they're actively taking down countermeasures to stop people from doing it. It's all in the open. It's strange. They also say at the same time that the border is secure while they're taking down countermeasures to stop people from crossing. It's the weirdest thing in the world, isn't it? On Wednesday, a federal judge reversed a previous decision to enforce a temporary restraining order that blocked the Biden administration from removing and cutting razor wire placed by Texas officials along the southern border. I wonder what the conversations are like around this. Like, well, how do we justify this? What do we say? We'll just tell them that it makes the border more secure, right? No, razor wire makes it easier for people to get in. You've got to take it down. Those would be interesting conversations. I guess really they just don't care is the thing, right? Let's see. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, and Border Patrol in October, accusing the federal government of illegally cutting and destroying razor wire fencing placed along Texas's southern border by state officials. Paxton claimed that the Biden administration was undermining Texas's efforts to stem the flow of illegal immigration and fill the breach created by the federal government's indolence. Indolence is a good word. I'll have to try and remember to use that next time. The lawsuit noted that the federal government has cut Texas strategically placed barriers on other occasions, but has recently increased its efforts. So he's claiming that the Biden administration is undermining Texas's efforts to stem the flow of illegal immigration. Well, that is exactly what it is, right? That is exactly what it is. You don't need journalists to tell you that that's what they're doing anymore, right? Like, it's just one of those things that's so obvious at this point. Like, they're just clearly doing that. You don't need to be an expert on border security or anything, right? It's just, oh, they're doing that. They're cutting the razor wire and taking it away where people cross the border. Oh, they want people to go in. Like, you really don't need any experience in the whole border security field to figure that out on your own. And that's the strange thing about it, that it's so that they don't care. I mean, it's a level of arrogance that's just shocking. All right, let's keep going. So I know you've all been waiting for this one. But of course, Indiana cops find guns and drugs hidden in man's rectum. A gun. The drugs thing, we know that people do that. A gun? We're going to have to look into this. Police in Indiana became suspicious when a man in a vehicle pulled over for a traffic stop was having difficulty walking and spreading his legs. It's because he had a gun up his ass. During a search of one of the passengers, officers with Evansville Police Department said multiple pills were found in a bag tucked in a man's sock. According to the affidavit, the man explained the pills were given to him by his aunt for pain relief for a bullet lodged in his spine, which he believed were Percocet. A bullet lodged in his spine. I wonder if he shot himself from his own ass. I don't know. According, when cops asked the man why there were two different pills, blah, 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 as officers searched his groin area, the man claimed he couldn't spread his legs due to injury. Cops brought the man to jail for a further search and noted he appeared to limp and was clenching his butt while walking. I'm guessing that was from the gun in his asshole. Following a body scan, it's alleged a large object was in his butt. A further search led to locating 2 bags of green leafy substance. The man was lowered to the ground after he was struggling, and cops allege a gun was found in his butt. He was charged with multiple intimidation, trafficking, and possession charges. So, now, okay, you're probably thinking the same thing that I am. How did he get a gun in his ass? Like, I feel like that's something you have to practice. So this is probably not the first time he's had a gun in his ass. How do you actually do that? It's not like a bag of, okay, but it's a gun, and how you gotta turn it to how does that happen? Obviously, I think that's something you've got to practice doing, right? And he got it in there pretty quick. I mean, he can't have been just going around with the gun in his ass. He must have put it up there in the car, right? Because you wouldn't just be going around town with a gun in your ass, I don't think. So what happened? His buddy's like, hey, there's the cops. What are you going to do with that gun? No problem. Just stick it in my ass. Really? In your ass. It's already in. Wow. That was fast. How often do you put that gun in your ass? You did that really quickly. It raises questions. I mean, it's not the sort of thing that you could just... Anyway, I just think that's pretty weird. What else we got? How about this one? Oh, hold on. You know what? I got to take a break for a second. I'll be right back, all right? Sorry about that. There was a siren outside. I had to put a rocket launcher up my ass. Just kidding. No way that would fit. All right, Family Feud contestants. Allegedly given herpes tests in Dawson era, in the Richard Dawson era. Herpes tests. What was going on there? I guess it's because he would always kiss the female contestants to calm their nerves. I wonder if the herpes tests helped with that. Former Family Feud host Richard Dawson's propensity for kissing female contestants on the mouth, which would be frowned upon these days, to say the least, led to a pretty unusual practice. According to a new book, Outrageous, A History of Showbiz and the Culture Wars, the contestants allegedly had to take a herpes test during Dawson's time as host from 1976 to 85. A contestant revealed that before her appearance, a Family Feud production assistant entered the dressing room with a magnifying glass and a cotton swab and said, "Okay, everybody line up for your herpes test." I'm wondering, the contestants might have been wondering at that point, like, what exactly was going on with this show? He would kiss the lady contestants, and now I'm starting to think that he would also fuck them. And you know what? Good for him for being safe. Everybody line up for your herpes test. What kind of show is this? All right. What else do we got? Let's see. Jealous girlfriend stabs boyfriend in eye for looking at other women. And, well, let's pull this one up. So, as hard as it is to believe, this woman's boyfriend was sometimes looking at other women. I don't mean to be mean about this. I don't know. I guess she just wasn't the one, you know? Did it say she stabbed him in the eye? Stabbed him in the eye. Having to look at that face for the rest of your life, that's punishment enough without the stabbing in the eye. In fact, after that, I think we've got to go to the puppies. We need a palate cleanser. Look at those puppies. Now that's adorable. Look at those guys. I'm feeling better already. We've gone through some depressing stuff tonight. It's about time we got here. And you know what I like about this video? The Irish police didn't suddenly burst in and arrest them all for like barking at an Algerian, which I'm sure is an arrestable offense, a hate crime in Ireland now, or soon to be. All right, so that was nice. Hope you guys feel better now. That was nice. That was wholesome. So let's go through some Twitter stuff. Oh, this is funny. This is just funny. I'm going to show you this.
To say their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, D.D. Mangudu.
Anniversaries in the meantime. Happy 80th birthday to E. Norma Stitz. Quitman, happy birthday to you, Miss E. Norma. Hope you have a wonderful day.
When my son was teething, he used to like to take the big fat rubber end of my vibrating toothbrush and put it in his mouth on.
Okay.
And he'd just kind of sit there like, oh yeah, that feels good. That hits the spot. My gums are itchy.
Levin, pay more at the grocer, but getting less will tell you how to get the most. The fuck are you doing? We need to acknowledge an unfortunate mistake that I made.
The names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Lee Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
Well, that was worth it. Hold on. All right, this is interesting. I had Elon Musk in the thumbnail, so I've got to show you some stuff. Here's Elon Musk on how the far left used Twitter as an information weapon. This is global psychological terrorism, yet no one ever speaks about it. What would the world be like if they didn't do this? I've got the video too somewhere, I think, down further, of that interview with the, what was it, Deal Book, New York Times, where he says, fuck you to the advertisers. The companies that boycott the company, I think Bob Iger specifically. But let's watch this. This is like a preamble to that.
Old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It's like Silicon Valley attracts the smartest engineers, the smartest sort of technologists and programmers from around the world. They created an information weapon that was then harnessed by the far left, who could not themselves create the weapon, but happened to be co-located where the technologists were. It was like completely controlled by the far left. It propagated that far left philosophy not just to America, but to everywhere on Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with the same level of suppression in other countries as well?
Yes. Basically, oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right. I'm not talking about like far right. I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. a philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon, information technology weapon to propagate what is essentially a mind virus to the rest of Earth. And the outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization.
And it's not just propagating the mind virus, but suppressing any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress opposing viewpoints. So,
because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Correct.
Yeah. That's why that Twitter has to be destroyed, because that guy's running it, right? Not allowed to say that. Not allowed to say that. It exposes something, which is that this stuff, the woke stuff, all of it, these aren't grassroots movements, okay? This is stuff that's come on down. So the wokeness, the critical theory, all of that, critical consciousness, that started in the universities, right? Professors in universities. And it made its way to Silicon Valley, to a kind of technocracy. And it's top down. These aren't grassroots movements, right? This is a top-down movement, And that's the way these things normally go. It's not, it's not the public at large that's coming up with this. It's coming from above, from people that certainly see themselves as elites and knowing better, the social engineers. It's the fact he says this stuff. That's more dangerous than anything. And that he owns X, formerly Twitter, not tolerable. Whatever they say the boycotts are about, no. This is what it's really about. Gavin McInnes, who's back on Twitter now, thanks to Elon Musk, who was banned for a long time. Wouldn't it be awesome to sit down with one of these people and have them explain it to you? He's talking about this thing, which is at Canadian University. Trans liberation can't happen without Palestinian liberation. So I think he's being sarcastic there, because I'm sure he knows that they don't understand it, right? It's incoherent. Nobody actually understand. What people understand is which way the wind is blowing, is what people know, right? Like leftists, there are no core principles, right? It's just, progressives is just more left, whatever feels more left, that's where you go. So there isn't any, it doesn't make sense. I don't think it's even supposed to make sense, right? Because you can tell them, like, trans liberation, Palestine, like, they would throw you off a rooftop there, right? You can tell them that. Doesn't seem to make a dent, right? So it's not about trans liberation. It's not about Palestinian liberation. There's something underneath, right? There's a foundation underneath all of that. This isn't about this. This is about an ideology which says that everything is a struggle between oppressed and oppressor, right? So it's the old class warfare, Marxism, redefined as identity war, basically. So class socialism to identity socialism. That's really what the basis of it all is, right? No nuance. It's just oppressed versus oppressor. No shades of gray there, completely black and white, no nuance, right? So they see everything through this neo-Marxist critical lens. The identity groups that they pretend to care about, these are all just interchangeable, right? It could be, this sign could be, fat liberation isn't possible without climate justice. It's all the same shit. You can just swap them all out, right? Mix and match. It doesn't matter. As long as it's oppressed and oppressor, as long as they can push that narrative, right? With no nuance whatsoever. Right? Once you identify the oppressed group, they're all good, all of them, and anything that they do is justified. Once you identify the oppressor group, they're all bad, they're evil, they've always been evil, their entire history is evil, and everything they do is evil, always. Right? You know, it's why, you know, these terms like whiteness, there's no way out of it, right? They say whiteness or white supremacy. There's no way to not be that, right? Because it's not really about that. It's gibberish. It's all gibberish. This transliberation can't happen without Palestinian liberation is gibberish. It doesn't mean anything. You know, it's not the point. The point is just simply to pit groups, identity groups against each other. That's it. Pit, you know, the so-called oppressed versus so-called oppressor against each other. It's sane versus crazy is what it is. Sane over crazy. Sane versus crazy in a battle for civilization. The civilization that the left wants to destroy and then build up their delusional utopia in its place. I still don't know why they have to grow, green armpit hair, though. I don't get that. You could do it without that, couldn't you? It just makes it worse, you know? Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Declaration of memes. Understanding biology is not a phobia. No, of course not. But again, it doesn't matter to the left, right? Because none of it actually matters. You have the oppressed versus the oppressor. And there's one side that's 100% good and virtuous and one side that's 100% bad and virtuous. That's all it really comes down to, right? How about this from ALX? Big brands were more than happy to advertise on Twitter 1.0 when they deplatformed a sitting president of the United States and interfered in elections, but they now want to pull out because X supports free speech. Really makes you think. Yes, it's what everybody knows. It's not about what they say it's about. The issue is never the issue, right? Declaration of memes again. Thank God California banned plastic straws. Yeah. Did anybody see that DeSantis, Gavin Newsom debate? I think we got a video of that down a little bit further. But, you know, like this is like, if Newsom, I think it's very likely that Newsom ends up running in place of Biden because, I mean, Biden actually running, because he won't be able to debate or anything. I mean, he's past that now, right? He'll just literally have to hide in his cryogenic chamber, right? Like it would be the biggest fuck you to the American public of all. Like it would be like, we don't care, right? We've got the media on our side. We can do anything. You're just going to take it. Which is the way that left-wing leaders seem to act everywhere. Really, Canada included. Danny Polishchuk. This guy's funny. Let's see what he has to say here.
You know what your cat's worth? Like $1. And I'm rounding up. Most people, you ask them, you go, hey, where'd you get, it's a nice cat. Where'd you get your cat? It's like, found it in the garbage. So yeah, because someone threw it out. That's why they say one man's trash is another man's cat. That's for a reason. Like a bunch of cats. It's called a litter. They start as garbage. You know what your cat's worth?
Well, there are a lot of cats. I guess it's supply and demand. he does a lot of good, like pretty edgy stuff too. He's does a lot of stuff with Ryan Long. It's also pretty funny. From Scott Adams, does Bob Iger know that Disney no longer makes relevant products and their theme parks have all the fun of Gaza during wartime? Just in, cancel Disney and cancel Hulu are now trending on Google after Elon Musk told CEO Bob Iger to go fuck yourself for blackmailing him over advertising on X. You know, canceling is going the other way now, right? And it absolutely can work. I mean, look at Bud Light, right? Bud Light lost billions. They were really going into the toilet. The brand was destroyed, right? And then they went and sponsored UFC. And at first, my thoughts were like, what the hell is the UFC doing? You know? But the point was made. I guess out on Tim Pool. Made the point that no, like, we won. Bud Light has switched sides now, right? Bud Light now is basically tacitly endorsing what UFC fighters say. And UFC fighters are not woke, and they say a lot of not woke stuff. Bud Light now wants to be associated with that. They've changed sides. That's a major victory. It's not because the company doesn't have to go, it doesn't have to go completely broke. It doesn't have to not exist anymore for it to make changes, for it to take a look in the mirror. It just has to lose a bunch of money and look like it might lose more. That's enough. I mean, they've got, shareholders, right? There's pressure, internal pressure to not completely destroy the company. So these sorts of things, these boycotts, they work. Again, you don't have to actually destroy the whole company for it to work. You just need to hurt them. Because at the end of the day, they're about making money. So, and that seems like what Musk is doing by taking the fight, by saying, go fuck yourself, by saying that, well, if Twitter goes under because of advertising, and if it goes under, it'll be because of advertising, everybody will know. And he's going to list it out in detail, the companies that caused that to happen. And again, it doesn't have to cause Disney to not exist. That's not going to happen, right? Just needs to hurt them enough, right? That's clearly a threat. And it's a serious one. Ultimately, you're producing content that people have to want to consume. It's interesting. But there'll be more on Musk as we go down this list here. I don't have it organized in any particular way. All right. I'm Dr. Simon Godek. Or Godek, I don't know how you say it. Big tech. It's our job to stop the spread of misinformation. Also big tech. The pregnant man emoji. Have you seen the one where it's like it's the same emoji, but it's Bill Gates? Yeah. Again, just total, utter clown world, right? Alternate universe stuff. True. Here's Cernovich. He had this to say about the DeSantis, Gavin Newsom thing. And Cernovich is often right. I don't agree with everything he says, but he's often correct about a lot of stuff. Great night for DeSantis. We need to reconcile him and Trump. DeSantis as Attorney General would be better for the country than him as POTUS. Squares the circle of his neocon tarnish with domestic varnish. Time for people to be adults. DeSantis for Attorney General. I like DeSantis. I think he's done a great job in Florida. He is not the most charismatic, but Attorney General, you don't need to be. He does seem to be principled. I know that some people have problems with him. nobody is perfect, but again, he seems to have done a hell of a job in Florida and not back down and really stood his ground. So I don't know. Whether or not he would take that is up for debate. I don't know. But he's certainly, I think he's one of the good guys, is what I think. Maybe some people don't agree, but that's what I think. Here we go. Let's take a look at this.
Well, I'm looking at total time. Governor DeSantis, about 2 minutes.
This is a map of San Francisco. There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco. And you see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own people.
I want to get in. Well, I'm looking at total.
See, nothing wrong there, right? Nothing wrong with DeSantis there. That was good. And I do think it's likely that Newsom will be the Democrats' guy heading into the 2024 election, but it seems to me like you just run ads with that poop map over and over and over again. Just show scenes of San Francisco over and over and over again, and in LA. And the message being, this will be the entire country if he takes over. This is what he did in California. This is what he did in San Francisco. Look at this poop map, right? This was all under his watch. He was the mayor of San Francisco. Now he's the governor of California. This is what he has done and what he will do. That seems to me to be a pretty strong message. I mean, Newsom he's also just kind of greasy too, right? I mean, he's a good-looking guy, tall guy, right? But it's all just, it's greasy. There's something really greasy and kind of vampiric about him. Ghoulish, you know? I'm sure there'll be some suburban housewives who like him, you know? But it would seem to be just show what he's done, and people won't vote for that, or enough people won't vote for that. I don't know. I mean, the media, obviously the legacy media, will be 99.9% lying for his benefit the entire time. That is powerful, but that's the ad campaign that I would be running. Don't turn your city into a map that is full of shit. From the rabbit hole, even though anti-Semitism was measured to be higher on TikTok and Instagram, X is the platform getting canceled supposedly because of hate. Yeah, because we know it's not about any of that. Here, relationship between platform usage and anti-Semitic, anti-Israel views. TikTok, Instagram, way higher than X, right? We know it's not about that. We know it's about heterodox views being allowed on. We know that it's about views not allowed on Instagram or TikTok being allowed on X. Non-narrative, non-mainstream narrative ideas and stories, right? It's the fact that, a do-over of the Hunter Biden laptop story is not going to happen on X with Elon Musk there. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. They don't give a shit about the rest of it. Declaration of memes here. If genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm it? Good question. It doesn't, because the whole gender theory is completely incoherent. And it seems like I say this every week on this live stream. But the word gender was redefined, right? Sex and gender were just synonyms, right? They just meant the same thing. And then it just seemed like suddenly gender was redefined as this kind of abstract, unfalsifiable, metaphysical concept. I think it's the progressive soul is what it is. You know, it's just this idea now, right? Which could be anything. There's an infinite number of variations on what gender could be. None of them falsifiable, right? None of it is science, right? It's an article of faith. Somebody says there's something, you just simply have to believe it, right? It's an article of faith. And in fact, if you were to disagree or try and counsel somebody that they weren't like, I don't know, deer gender or frog gender. Frog gender is a real thing, by the way. Well, according to the left, it's a real thing. Of course, it's not actually real, right? But if you were, you imagined yourself to be, like tree gender or something, that has to be taken on faith that you just are. These are all articles of faith, and we're expected to believe it. And there's a reason why people say that woke is a cult, right? It is. It's not, none of this is science, right? They pretend that it's science. It's not. If genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm it? Obviously, these ideas are incompatible, right? On one hand, everybody's born a blank slate that can just be engineered into anything. On the other hand, a 6-year-old can know that they were born in the wrong body. And eventually they'll need surgical and chemical interventions to make it so that they're their genuine, authentic selves, right? It's just a big, fucked up, crazy, tragic pantomime, a big, crazy, tragic fantasy. And if you mention that, you're far right, apparently. Well, this is good. Internet is undefeated. Let's watch this.
So if you're ready, let's go for the million. If Bob Iger was in the room with you right now, what would you say to him? Eat a bag of dicks? Suck on my pee-pee? Disney Plus is gay? Go fuck yourself.
I'd like to use one of my lifelines and phone a friend.
Okay, who would you like to call?
I'd like to call Bob Iger.
All right. Our friends at AT&T will get Bob Iger on the line, and we'll see if he can help you.
Hello?
Hello, Bob.
Yeah.
Hi, Regis Philbin here from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Hi.
We've got Elon Musk with us right now. He's won $500,000.
Wow.
And he's going for $1 million. And he needs your help to get there.
Okay.
So, he's going to come on the line, read a question, 4 possible answers. One of them is the right answer. Elon, you've got 30 seconds. Starts right now.
Hey, Bob.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million. Go fuck yourself.
He's won $1 million.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil.
Are you walking, Annie? Are you walking? Will you dance? That you're walking. And then the side of the window.
This is why I love the internet. All right. Queers for Palestine, cows for McDonald's. Yeah, basically the same thing. How about this? Let's see, from Joe Biden. Let me be clear to any corporation that hasn't brought their prices back down, even as inflation has come down. It's time to stop the price gouging. Give American consumers a break. Now, of course, there's a added context here. As long as the inflation rate is positive, prices are increasing. The fact that inflation has come down to 3.2% in October means that prices are still going up, albeit at a slower rate than before. And, hold on. Let's get back to that comment. Yeah, so from Phil Labonte, they just flat out lie. They always have. Yeah. Now, is it beyond all possibility that Biden just doesn't understand inflation? How it works, that he knows absolutely nothing about economics? Definitely less than you? Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. Somebody, whoever wrote this, though, probably knows the difference. Yeah, they just flat out lie. They assume that everybody's an idiot. Trudeau does this constantly, all the time. Trudeau's been talking about basically price fixing in Canada, which is incredibly stupid. I don't put it past him not knowing how insane and counterproductive and disastrous that would be. I think that Trudeau genuinely is an idiot. But yeah, it's amazing though, right? This lie that because inflation went down, prices should go down. No, they're just not going up as much as they were before. Those prices are never coming back unless something catastrophic happens that's not this. All right. Oh yeah, this one here. This is crazy. All right. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Not really, but okay, let's see. So man captures a king cobra in India. Let's go to the beginning. Look at the size of that thing. He's got like a stick. The thing is huge. Like, wouldn't you just, I don't know, shoot it or like bash it over the head with something like long and heavy? I mean, it just seems like the worst possible way of not getting killed by a king cobra. It almost seems like he wants to, right? Jesus. It's just a giant, deadly, venomous snake. I'll just pick it up with my hands. I think it's trying to get into a hole in the ground there. I would just let it go. Like, I personally have a rule about giant venomous snakes. I don't try and pick them up. That's got to be some help wanted ad, huh? Needed. Person to capture giant deadly snake with bare hands. I would have used a flamethrower. Or just not taken the job. I'll just pick it up with my bare hands and then just put it in a bag. It's just a giant, deadly, venomous snake. It's a braver man than I. I kind of have a rule about deadly, venomous, giant snakes, which is I don't do what he just did. I wonder how many videos there are of him doing that. Maybe there's only 2. There's this one and then the next one. And then no more after that. All right. From Rupa Subramanya. America is a beacon for the rest of the world. Now, she's an excellent Canadian journalist. She says, America is a beacon for the rest of us when it comes to individual liberties and free expression as enshrined in the First and Fourth Amendments. But America, too, is on a slippery slope towards the curtailment of these cherished liberties. My appearance on Fox. Yeah, she's not very popular with the other Canadian journalists, most of them. I think that's kind of a lengthy interview. I think maybe we'll skip it. But yeah, pay attention to what's happening in Canada. With the various, well, Trudeau's already passed 2 bills, which, whatever their intention, they're resulting in censorship. And now he's looking to pass another one, a disinformation bill, like similar to what they're doing in Europe and in Great Britain. And there's only one purpose of these bills, which is to crush dissent, obviously. Fortunately, I mean, for the states, you know, you have a First Amendment. Canada doesn't. We have a Bill of Rights and Freedoms, which is basically Swiss cheese for an authoritarian government that wants to test it. Trudeau has, and it turns out, yeah, it's not quite enough. So fortunately for people in the States, they've got a bit more protection, but, you know, nothing is invulnerable. Look at this. I thought this was kind of funny. Hold on. Oh. Okay, one more time. One more time. That doesn't get old. What makes it even better is that he bangs himself in the head and he doesn't just kind of go, oh, God, that's embarrassing, and shuffle off. He just gets right back to it again. He just gets right back to being an asshole again. That's what makes it all the better. One more time. That is karma in action. That's instant karma right there. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. Declaration of memes. I wish people would just get along, Snoopy. Communists aren't people, Charlie Brown. More of this, please. Why hasn't Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act in response to surging anti-Semitism? Well, you know, all of these Palestinian marches, and there's been people making speeches that have been quite genocidal in Canada. And there's been a bunch of stuff that's gone on in Canada in terms of, I believe there was like a Jewish school that was shot at, and swastikas drawn and stuff. And I don't think it's white supremacists doing it. Why hasn't he invoked the Emergencies Act? Well, because he would lose votes, I think is he's done the polling calculations in his mind, right? He thought that it would benefit him politically to invoke the Emergencies Act to crush the peaceful protest in Ottawa, the peaceful Freedom Convoy. And he's not doing it now because he doesn't think that he'll benefit politically from it. It's very simple. Trudeau is purely a political animal. He is nothing else. He has no principles. He has no decency. He has no shame, right? Everything is calculated for his political favor. That's it. In case you can't tell, I hate Justin Trudeau. I can't wait for him to, I mean, the question in my mind now is that, you know, as I told you earlier, that if the election were held tomorrow, he would be crushed. He and his party would be absolutely crushed, right? A devastating loss, an overwhelming loss, handing the Conservatives a large majority in Canada. Something that people didn't think was possible. I know people that they would have laughed a couple of years ago. These are people that I told, you know, there's a line that people get to where reality is more important than whatever their political tastes are or their sensibilities, right? When it actually starts to hit people hard, the damage, that's when things change, you know? So Trudeau is very, very unpopular right now. And I can't remember where I was going with this. Why isn't Trudeau invoke the Emergencies Act? Yeah, again, he's a purely political creature. If he thought it would benefit him, he would. 100%. I think that it's, I know where I was going with this. Is it better for him to take down the Liberal Party and totally crush it, and for the Liberal Party to have to rebuild itself from the ashes as something that's at least reasonably sensible? Or, and that would be, you know, because the next election would be slated, if nothing else happens, 2025. I think that, so on one hand, I think it would be great for him to take it through, and the longer he's in power, the worse it's going to get for him and his party, right? But if, you know, he had a rebellion within his own party, if he stepped down and was replaced, I don't think it would help the Liberals. I think the brand is so tarnished right now, but I think the temptation would be to just try and go back more towards the center. So I think there's a recognition that the Liberals have gone way too far left, right? So you might get somebody in who's going to just play it a bit more safe, you know, try and get some of those people back that have abandoned the Liberal Party. But then you wouldn't have the true reform that I think is needed, right? But I see the bills that Trudeau is wanting to pass while he's still in, all of them for no other reason, not to help Canadians, like this new disinformation bill that he wants to put through. That's not to help Canadians. That's not to keep Canadians safe. That's to help him, right? That is to silence his critics. So he's fresh off just handing $130 million to corporate media in Canada, the approved media that he likes, right? So he's already bought the media again. This is after already giving $600 million to the corporate media in Canada back in 2019. So now he's handed over a bunch more money, right? So he's not doing that to be nice, by the way, or to save the media in Canada. He wants to be their paymaster. He understands very well, of course, that he's buying the media. I mean, he is, at the very least, buying their patience and to take the edge off of negative stories, or maybe just to completely ignore negative stories entirely, right? Basically absolutely, certainly, to try and steer the narrative in favor of him. That's why he's giving the Canadian people's money to the media. State-owned media, I mean, the CBC gets $1.2 billion a year from the government. They know which side their bread is buttered on, right? Pierre Poilievre has promised to defund the CBC and turn their headquarters into public housing. So, yeah, I mean, that's the other level too. Is that not just to always give Trudeau the benefit of the doubt and to be to kind of steer things in his favor, but also to absolutely demonize Pierre Poilievre, who's the very popular right now leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And that's certainly a big part of it, and they do demonize him. It's getting up to Trump levels now. The level of demonization. They fucking hate him. Because also he embarrasses them too, but there's no loss in doing that. I mean, there's no threat that they're going to hate him more because he embarrasses them publicly by asking them, what the hell are you actually talking about? What do you mean? I'm sure if you haven't seen the videos of Pierre Poilievre dismantling activist Canadian reporters, especially the Apple one, check them out after you watch this. So we're just about 2.5 hours in. I don't know if we're going to make the 4 hours, 20 minutes again like we did last week. If the Rumble chat starts heating up or somebody comments on that at all, that'll keep us going a bit longer. But we still got some stuff here. Declaration of memes. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Remember that creepy banjo kid from Deliverance? This is him now. That's uncanny. That's uncanny. Absolutely uncanny. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I should rewatch it. I'm going over like a lot of old stuff. The Lady Ballers, the Daily Wire movie, is the first movie I think I've actually watched all the way through, like new one that I've watched for a while. I've been going through old stuff. The new stuff all sucks. Lady Ballers was good. I did the review at the beginning, kind of a review-ish thing on it at the beginning of this live stream. But otherwise, most of it's crap that I can't get through. So I'm going back. I watched Aliens. I watched Apocalypse Now. Right now I'm watching, I'm going through the first seasons of Red Dwarf, which is not woke, which is great. That's the beautiful thing about old stuff, is that it's not woke. And I find that if something just isn't woke, I can enjoy it. Because it's not constantly, breaking my suspension of disbelief with their, stupid bullshit. Declaration of memes. What do I do now? Just do what they taught you in college. Isn't that the truth? The reason it's funny is because there is a seed of truth in this, is that they don't seem to be interested in preparing anybody for the world or giving people any meaningful skills. It's just to propagandize them. Make sure they're on narrative. What's this? UK article on Justin Trudeau and no lies detected. Quote, he is widely reviled across Canada as a performative, lightweight, short on common sense, and big on showy PR. He evinces, to the best of his limited ability, a carefully crafted media persona designed to appeal to the woke urban intelligentsia. Yeah, there's no lie there. That pretty much covers it with Trudeau. There's absolutely no substance there whatsoever. Everything is campaigning all the time. Campaigning or trying to solidify his own power. That's it. What are people saying in the comments here? Oh, it looks like there's lots of TrueAnon. TrueAnon is what we call those diehard Trudeau supporters, even in the face of everything. Coming from a former Comrade Black-owned newspaper, say no more. Yeah, lots of that. All right. Let's get back. Where were we? Let's see. Viva Fry. It's becoming clear why Gavin Newsom is less popular than a walking corpse. What a gross man. Okay, let's check this out. So this is from the Newsom-DeSantis debate. Let's take a look.
What Gavin Newsom does in California is kowtow to the teachers union. Whatever they tell him to do, he does. He will never balk the teachers union. That's why the kids were locked out of school for so long. Joe Biden is in the pocket of the teachers union, and so is Kamala Harris. That's why they fought school openings when he came in there. When they had that in there. Biden came into office and he brought in the teacher union to be able to do all these different things to try to keep the schools closed. What Gavin Newsom does in California.
That is all that they have, isn't it? That's all that they're left. You talk about anywhere. That's all they have. Let's watch that one more time.
Is kowtow to the teachers union. Whatever they tell him to do, he does. He will never balk the teachers union. That's why the kids were locked out of school for so long. Joe Biden is in the pocket of the teachers union, and so is Kamala Harris. That's why they fought school openings when he came in there. When they had that in there. Biden came into office and he brought in the teacher union to be able to do all.
Ugh, what a creep. Ugh, how could anybody find that compelling? DeSantis, I mean, again, he's not the most charismatic guy, but I like him. He's on point, you know? It's becoming clear why Gavin Newsom is less popular than a walking corpse. What a gross man. Yeah. James Lindsay calls this guy a demon. This is Yuval Noah Harari. Now, I read a book. I got about halfway through and I stopped reading it. It's called Sapiens, and it's like the history of Homo sapiens. And it kind of disgusted me. Like, it's so full of the kind of noble savage myth stuff, like about how great it was to be, you know, a hunter-gatherer on the savannah 50,000 years ago. It was full of very kind of anti, like, in modern life ideas, right? Trying to convince me that it was so much greater before there was like dentistry or houses or electricity, you know? It's no big surprise that he's deeply involved with the WEF, the World Economic Forum, that these would be the kind of ideas that he has, right? I think he would like to see us all living some kind of primitive life that he seems to romanticize, which would have sucked. It would have sucked. 100 years ago, it would have sucked compared to now, right? People lived like 100 years ago, people lived like 40 years less on average. I think 200 years ago, like the average lifespan was like 35 years. Or even lower than that. So this guy is an idiot, but what's he saying? He's saying that in 200 years or less, there won't be Homo sapiens on Earth. Let's watch this.
Then say 200 years. To give a conservative estimate, there won't be Homo sapiens on planet Earth.
200 years.
200 years, and I think this is a conservative estimate.
Wow.
Maybe even 100 years. It's not that we'll destroy ourselves in some calamity. Much more likely, we will use advanced technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology, direct brain-computer interfaces to upgrade Homo sapiens into different kinds of beings which are different from us much more than we are different from Neanderthals, beings which will have different bodies, different minds, different brains. I mean, the big products of the coming century will not be shoes or clothes or cars or weapons. The big product of the 21st century are going to be bodies and minds. So I think we are heading towards the upgrading of Homo sapiens into gods.
Yeah, I don't trust him. Nice story. I'm not buying it. Yeah, I don't think he and his WEF friends have our best interest at heart. Because don't forget, we're also going to own nothing and be happy and live in pods and eat bugs and not have cars, right? They'll all have all that stuff, right? They'll all have like nice houses and cars and steaks and all the rest of it, right? They won't be eating bugs. They'll have things and be happy, right? Like everybody else used to be. You won't, though. Yeah, I'm not trusting these people. From Kanakawa the Great, Glenn Greenwald says corporate journalists are losing their minds over Elon Musk calling out major corporations for stifling free speech because they are in bed with the very corporations they claim to scrutinize. Journalists are losing their minds over Elon Musk calling out major corporations for stifling free speech because they're in bed with the very corporations they claim to scrutinize. Well, we all remember seeing still today, right? Like if you watch like Fox News, it's just nonstop Pfizer ads, right? Is CNN, is it like 99% of their ads? Or for like, some drug for your restless leg or something, or for pretty clearly there's a incestuous relationship there, right? Let's see what Glenn has to say. It's 3.5 minutes. We won't watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a bit of it.
Now, anyone who works in journalism, anyone who works in media, and who has worked within the standard model of how journalism has operated in the United States for decades, which is the model of corporate advertising, knows that that model imposes extremely severe restraints on what media outlets can and can't do. There are certain journalists that they can't hire because the journalists will say things that will offend corporate advertisers on whom they depend in order to survive as a media outlet. Of course, relying on corporate advertisers severely restricts the kinds of opinions you can air, the types of perspectives you can permit, the kind of reporting you can do. And what's so amazing about this is that if you're a journalist, the thing that you should hate more than anything is any force or any influence that tries to limit your freedom to speak. Your reaction, if you're actually just a journalist in terms of your composition, your comportment, your personality, your mentality, when even thinking there might be someone or something trying to limit your freedom to speak, should be exactly what Elon Musk said there. Go fuck yourself. There was only one time in my entire journalism career when I perceived that somebody was trying to limit what I wanted to say. That was when The Intercept refused to publish my article right before the 2020 election that reported on and analyzed the documents from Hunter Biden's laptop and what it revealed about Joe Biden. And when I saw The Intercept wasn't going to publish my article unless I made radical changes to it that gutted the entire thing so that it was no longer critical of Joe Biden, I quit. And I didn't contemplate or deliberate much at all. What went wrong here is not what Elon Musk said. It's so revealing that so many journalists and people who call themselves journalists and work for media corporations are aghast that anyone would dare tell Disney and major corporations to go fuck yourself when they're trying to limit and censor and control the flow of political content. If you aren't willing to say that to corporations who are trying to limit what you can say, don't bother calling yourself a journalist. And so I think it's very telling and interesting that Musk got to the point where he said it, but I think even more telling is the fact that so many journalists were horrified. We need way more journalists willing to say, go fuck yourself to people who try and limit what they say. The problem is that the people who are hired by these major media corporations and who thrive in them and succeed in them are people who have the opposite instinct. Their instinct is to assuage and serve and placate establishment power, not to defy it. Even though the purpose of journalism is to be adversarial to establishment power, once journalism started getting corporatized, no longer owned by families dedicated to journalism or local communities, but major corporations that have all kinds of other interests besides their media division, and what kind of attributes are awarded to major corporations? People who avoid controversy, who avoid conflict, who avoid displeasing and angering powerful people. That's the corporate ethos. And the corporatization of media meant that that kind of attribute was imported into journalism. And that's why no one, almost, who works for large media corporations or the media corporations themselves has the courage to say this. They're shocked. They think it's a sign that he's unhinged, when in reality it's just a sign of how cowardly and craven they are.
Yeah, so that's like the kind of manufacturing consent thing, right? Like where you just screen the people that you hire and just hire the people that are going to, for one thing, already have the opinions that you want, but also are going to be craven and greedy, right? And are not likely to step out of line, right? They're going to want to protect what they already have. So, I mean, obviously, the teleprompter readers on cable news are just that. They're nothing more than teleprompter readers. They read what comes up on their teleprompter. That's it. The journalists at like the New York Times and the Wall Street and the Washington Post these are people that have been selected for certain opinions and for not people that can be trusted to not vary. To not have like personal pride, say, right? Or a conscience. And of course, what it means is that they're not journalists, not in the way that we used to understand what a journalist is. They are propagandists. That's what they're there for. These are people that are there to push the message. If they're not outright activists, which I think some of them are, but yeah, I mean, and we all know it, right? We all know it's not journalism anymore. Now, Glenn Greenwald is an independent journalist now, and I think he's making more money than he ever did actually as an independent journalist. And I guess maybe that really is the future, a Substack model, or the Rumble model. And I guess we'll see. But of course, there's very powerful forces that will want to stop all of this. All right, here we go. So this is the clip with Elon Musk. And it's really, even if you've seen it before, it's worth it to take another look. This is a long one. This is 5 minutes.
But there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
F-Y. I mean, if you liked Elon before, this makes you like him like even more, right? This is unique. This is an iconic moment. This is something that people will remember, right? Anybody who's kind of plugged into what's actually happening in the world at all, this is something they'll remember. Like, this is a milestone, you know? And where things go from here, I don't know. But people will remember this, right? Even if they scrub it off the internet eventually. But let's keep going.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, no, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we.
Now, I don't think that Elon Musk is in the business of going out of business with any company, right? When he's saying this, and it's like a threat, like if we go down, we're going to hurt, it's going to hurt you, because a lot of people, millions of people care about Twitter, and they'll see you, these companies like Disney, as the guys who took this away from us, right? Again, I don't feel like Elon is in the business of going out of business. Obviously, I think he's got plans outside of advertising dollars. We know he does for X, right? He wants to make it the everything app. He wants people to do their banking with it. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of things come out. Maybe sooner than later. But let's continue.
The company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say
tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
So this goes back to
we'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
But what do you think then of the, this goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone. And it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform. And I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be...
the judge is the public.
See, that's an amazing statement. Like, the judge is the public. You don't hear that from... I mean, you don't hear that from politicians anymore. The judge is the public. That's an amazing statement. And he's taking the boycott and he's throwing it back in their faces and saying, this is going to hurt you. What you're doing is going to hurt you yourself. Right? And keep in mind, company doesn't have to, a CEO doesn't have to, the company doesn't have to go out of business for a CEO to lose a job, right? Just has to lose a bunch of money. Or make a lot less money than they were going to. And it's, especially if it's obvious that that's happened for an avoidable reason. And he's throwing that back in their faces, right? Saying, no, this goes both ways, right? It's not just what you guys do. Anyway, let's keep going.
And you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake?
Yes.
And they're going to boycott Disney?
They already are.
Well, there are some that are for lots of different reasons, but you think that this is going to, that you have this goes to actually the interesting of power and leverage.
Let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may.
Can I ask why that is the approach? And I ask it because you've been
What's the other approach?
Well, you've been very particular about the approach to Tesla. When you think about the engineering involved in that, the approach to SpaceX, the approach to some of the stuff you're doing with AI has been very specific, right? There's not a let the chips fall where they may approach to those businesses, I don't think.
No, we focus on making the best products. And Tesla's gotten to where it's gotten with no advertising at all.
I understand that.
Tesla currently sells twice as much in terms of electric vehicles as the rest of electric car makers in the United States combined. Tesla has done more to help the environment than all other companies combined. It would be fair to say that, therefore, as a leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than everyone else, any single human on Earth.
How do you feel about that? No,
how do I feel about that?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you personally how you feel about that, because we're talking about power and influence and...
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them. Okay?
Wow. I mean, I've watched that like several times now, but wow. I mean, the ending it's very powerful, isn't it? You People care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them. That's something else. Again, these are iconic moments. These are historic moments that we're going to remember. We're going to remember. And I could say, it's a fascinating story just watching this guy. Just as a story. I mean, forget about the fact that this stuff is all extremely consequential for things like free speech, right? The future of civilization, right? Just as a story, it's fascinating. Yeah, declaration of memes. Of course, all scientists agree when you censor the ones who don't. Yeah. Yeah. It's the word like expert doesn't mean what it used to, does it? You know? It doesn't mean what it used to. You know, the experts are bought now, right? So they make money for going on, like the news, right? To talk to the teleprompter readers. Kristen the artist says, brilliant. I love it. The public is the judge. I know, right? It's powerful. That's amazing. That's an amazing thing. That's an iconic moment to me. It feels like it's the sort of thing that people might look back on and see it as a turning point. Yeah, there's something amazing happening there. But anyway, back to, all scientists agree when you censor the ones who don't. Yeah, so TV experts, TV scientists are obviously screened before the show. They know the narrative. They know the answers that they want, right? And if you don't have the answers that they want, you don't get on the air. And also, you don't get that money that they pay you for being on the air. You don't get that fee. So obviously, I think everybody knows this now, don't they? Beforehand, they make sure they have somebody with the right opinion, the narrative that they're pushing, right? And they know what the person is going to say, right? If the expert, if the scientist wants to get on TV, they know what they have to say. They know the opinion they have to have. And they have to confirm that before they get on, right? All scientists agree when you censor the ones who don't, obviously, right? It's clear. It made me sick hearing all these people talk about following the science, back in like 2020 and 2021, 22. I'm just following the science. This smug attitude, You're not following the science. You're just following what teleprompter readers tell you. People read things off their teleprompter and they tell you that, and then they have somebody who's been pre-screened on that is going to have the right opinion, the right judgment on something. That's what you're getting. You're not following the science. You're following the narrative. It couldn't be more obvious. I'm following the science. I believe in science. The smugness. It makes you want to throw up. Anyway, should we rehash all of that stuff? Maybe we need to a palate cleanse and go back to the puppies for a second. My, that is adorable. Absolutely adorable. I'm feeling better. I needed this break. I needed this palate cleanser. The world is so ugly. Look at these little guys. They're adorable. And my favorite thing about this video? Nobody went in there and gave them all vaginoplasties. They're fine just as they are. Let's move on. Let's see. Who else is done watching woke movies? The Snow White movie they're giving us. The Snow White movie we really want. I do want that one. Oh, yeah, it does look like the Disney Snow White. They are delaying it by like another year or something. They've got to reshoot a bunch of stuff, and it just looks like a total disaster. And I hope that it is, because I'll make a video about that, and it'll be fun. Let's see, from Kristen again. The Harari guy has had so many false claims and lies in the book Sapiens. He would fabricate history, and his projections were ridiculous. Yeah, I was talking about that just a little while ago. That book, I could only get about halfway through it, or maybe 2/3 of the way through it, and I just threw it away in disgust. It was such bullshit. I can't stand this noble savage nonsense that's going back. People were happy, actually happier 50,000 years ago. When you die from a toothache, or like a cut on your foot, and like the average lifespan was 25, right? Oh, it was so much better back then, so much simpler. I mean, it's no coincidence this guy's big with the WEF, right? The people who want to put everybody back into some sort of primitive lifestyle while the elites all live it up. Yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him either. You're correct. Libs of TikTok. Haven't had one of these in a while. Our woke they them military is at it again. We're screwed. Jesus. Okay, let's go from the beginning here.
I bet your jaw drop if you ever see me, bitch. I'm her. I bet your jaw drop if you ever see me, bitch.
The only thing that's going to concern like ISIS fighting this person is that they might get AIDS somehow. This is not what you want to be projecting with your military. This is the last thing you want to be projecting. Is it just me or does everything seem designed to destroy Western civilization? Like weaken it and destroy it? It sure feels like it, doesn't it? Anyway. From Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad, or at least he used to be known as that. When I was a young man, Sinn Féin were synonymous with the phrase Ireland for the Irish. Let's see, what's happened to them now? The Simpsons meme. Yep, that's exactly what's happened. The political arm of the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, Sinn Féin, is now like super rainbows and open borders. It's so weird. It's so absolutely strange. They were synonymous with the phrase Ireland for the Irish. Now they say that it's white supremacy. How did that happen? I find it so bizarre. I've noticed the press is they had the riots, and the Irish press was going on about how it's a white men. White men were doing evil white men. It's like, it's Ireland. Of course it's full of white men. It's Ireland. What do you think you're going to have there? The Irish were not colonizers. The Irish were colonized. Their history is of fighting other people colonizing them. That's been a huge part of their identity. They were not gallivanting around the world colonizing everybody, right? There is no sense in shaming Irish people for being Irish. This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make, the whole anti-colonization narrative doesn't make any sense either. It's all insane, right? And poorly considered, because it doesn't have to be well considered. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you pick an oppressed and oppressor class and you pit them against each other, right? I don't get it. And just seeing Sinn Féin now, that's basically them, right? That's basically them. Identity communists. It's bizarre. Oh, we just hit 3 hours. Will we get another hour and 20 in? Beat last week? I don't know. We'll have to see. We're going to need the Rumble chat to pick up, if that's going to happen. What's this here? Users on X report mass cancellation of Disney subscriptions after Elon Musk's interview. My Disney Plus subscription is now canceled. Children prohibited from watching any Disney movies. Canceled. Really glad my family doesn't have Disney Plus as a subscription. Just canceled Disney. Scott Adams says, I canceled mine because the content was garbage. Yeah, it is all garbage. But, you know, the other side of that is it does give you the opportunity to go back and watch older stuff that's actually good. And there's so much of it, you know? You can go the rest of your life without actually watching anything new. There's like, a long history. There's a great, a great amount of great art that can, so you don't have to watch, I don't know, like a Sex and the City reboot or whatever they're putting out now. All right. I think I'm starting to fade, people. What time is it? It's 2:35, but I'm going to keep soldiering on. Linda Yaccarino doubles down on free speech in a memo sent to ex-employees. Our principles do not have a price tag, nor will they be compromised ever. So, yeah, she put out another tweet, which I'm not going to look for right now. Maybe I think I've got it down here somewhere. She's standing behind Elon. So, maybe I misjudge her. I mean, sure, she's a CEO of X. She's an employee of Elon Musk's, but maybe he won her over. Maybe she went from being just like a corporate demon to having some principles. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I assume that she's probably quite wealthy already and probably has some fuck you money of her own. But standing by Elon is going to be bad for her prospects for other companies, I would think. There'd probably be some blacklisting going on. Wow. A morbidly obese sex therapist, Jesus, compares weight loss to white supremacy because of course, anything you don't want to do is just white supremacy now. I can't do that. It's white supremacy. I can't, white supremacists go for hikes. That's white supremacy now. Salads are so white supremacy. Also compared a parent putting a child on a diet to, Jesus. I just have to read this again so that I know that it's real. Morbidly obese sex therapist compares weight loss to white supremacy. Is that actually her? Sex therapist. I don't know where to start with this. I don't even know where to begin with this. I mean, it just looks like it looks like a whale melted into the beach with like a human head on top. Like the sex therapist part. How does that work? Like I want to talk about this, but my brain is, I think, like revolting against me here. I don't think it wants me to. I think like the longer you gaze at this, the more of your soul that you lose, perhaps, right? When you stare, what's that saying? When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. And it also smells like bacon grease. Let's move on. Luke Rutkowski says, don't you love communism? Seattle homeowner lives in van while delinquent tenant lists rental on Airbnb. Fuck, that's depressing. So this is at Seattle. So this is what happens. This is what happens when you vote for this.
Jason Roth lives in a van with his dog. Wally. But get this. He is homeless and a homeowner, all at the same time.
It's something I can't fully wrap my head around.
It's more like head banging for Jason. See, here's his Rainier Valley home, but the tenant in it is way behind on his rent. So Jason is making mortgage payments and paying for flight school. He's also owed 5 months' rent, a total of some $29,000, not including utilities.
I do come here often, though. I do come here just to look at my house and miss it and wish I could be in it.
Making matters worse, the renter offered Jason's downstairs unit on Airbnb for $434 a night.
At the very least, he's generating $2,000 a month. And it's more than likely he's generating closer to 3 or possibly even 4, depending on the month.
And even though he didn't own the home, the city gave the renter a short-term rental license.
So not only is he not paying me, but he's generating an income through the basement Airbnb unit. And meanwhile, I'm having to pay the utilities for that unit.
Now he's waiting until late October for an eviction hearing.
The current process for an eviction hearing in King County to go from the start to the very end is about 12 months in total.
So I guess don't vote for communists that hate you. I guess that's the moral of this story. So, Seattle, can they turn it around? Right? Like, is there a line, a reality line, a reality wall that they can just run into, and then that's just enough for the people there? I wonder. I guess we'll find out. Maybe when like 50% of the population is starving to death. Maybe that's when. Seems like lefties can tolerate an awful lot, though, It really has come down. It's not even left and right anymore. I keep saying this. It's sane versus crazy. Because that's insane, right? That a society can't function long term like that. That's basically a no rule society, right? Where somebody can essentially just steal your house and then profit off of that. Sane versus crazy. Let's see. Days after being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine and named in the 30 under 30 list, Mulvaney appears to be back to his attention-seeking antics after posting a video fake crying. Am I going to put you through this? If anybody doesn't want me to subject them to this, better put it in the comments right now. Better put it in the chat right now. We've got 10 seconds. 10 seconds or else I'm playing play. I swear to God, I'm going to make you watch this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You're only 5 seconds away from being subjected to Dylan Mulvaney crying, pretend crying. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0. Here it comes.
Today wasn't supposed to be a crying day. Why do I always feel like crying? Why do I always feel like crying? Don't do it, Dylan. Don't you dare. No! I feel a little better. Today wasn't supposed to be a crying day.
Jesus. This is more of the parody of femininity that Dylan Mulvaney does. Women are more emotional, so let's get the tears flowing, Let's really ham it up. Ham it up for the people who, for some reason, are interested in this. It just looks like all of it, everything from this person just looks like performance art to me. That's it. It certainly doesn't seem like real crying. Maybe it is. Maybe there's some sort of deep shame at the persona that this person's created and now has to live as. I mean, it's quite profitable. Made a lot of money doing this, right? Want to keep that cash flowing in. Yeah, maybe it's another one of those when you stare into the abyss things, right? You stare into the abyss stares back at you. Anyway, I don't like it. Let's see. From Ben Scallon. Irish politics now being mocked by international parody websites, Babylon Bee. They took what the Onion used to be and made it relevant again. Ireland declares asking an immigrant to stop stabbing you a hate crime. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty good. I mean, it's sad and tragic, but, you know, tragedy is at the heart of a lot of comedy, isn't it? Pro-Palestine protesters brawl against New York PD officers as they shut down the streets and try to disrupt the Christmas event at the Rockefeller Center in Manhattan. And I wonder if that disrupting the Christmas event is at all symbolic of anything. You know, it makes me wonder if it was a good idea to import, Middle Eastern blood feuds for apparently no reason. Is this what people really wanted? What do we have here? Leslie Jones said she has been coming across men that can't get hard when it's time to have sex with her. She goes on to say, today's generation of men are weak. They have got erectile dysfunction. But could that be the reason why? Could there be another reason that men are failing to get hard for her? Any other reason? Other than just being weak? Or looking at her directly. I guess there are no mirrors in her house. Although I'm sure she's a lovely person. Here we go. From Phil Labonte. Rookie numbers, got to pump those numbers up. What's he talking about? 64% of men say this is their number one dating red flag, according to a recent survey. According to a recent survey by Change Research, the biggest dating red flag for men is when someone identifies as a communist. A whopping 64% said this political leaning would be a turnoff. Yeah. Well, think about communists is that they tend to blame everybody else for their problems. So not very nice to be around. And, and also are idiots. Certainly for me, major red flag. So what do we got here? Roseanne Barr. It's up. Here's a taste since no one has an attention span over 60 seconds on X. Links below. This episode was the best one yet. Let's take a look.
I saw Julian Assange in London.
I wanted to ask you.
Wouldn't put people in prison, except for a very good reason. And they
talk about the
put him
truth.
in prison.
Talk about the truth being illegal. Look at he's paid for it with dozens of people.
Well, Assange has never been accused of lying, or of fraud, or of making money in some criminal scheme. Assange has been accused of telling the truth. Period.
Yeah.
And they are torturing him to death in front of all of us. No one's doing anything about it. And that Mike Pompeo is a very, very sinister person.
Isn't he?
The worst. And I always thought that, and I've told Trump that. Never should have allowed him to run CIA or state. But Mike Pompeo tried to have him murdered. And that's a criminal act. He was not even charged with a crime in the United States. And Mike Pompeo was CIA director. This came out. Pompeo didn't deny it.
I never heard this.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely.
I saw it.
Oh, my God.
He tried to have Julian Assange murdered, poisoned in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. And that's a fact, okay? Wow. And it's been established, and okay?
Yes.
Why is Mike Pompeo not in prison? I saw Julian Assange in London.
I wanted to ask you.
Wouldn't put people in.
So that's not something that I was aware of, actually, with Pompeo. In my opinion on Julian Assange is that he's a journalist. He didn't do any hacking himself. He received information, as all journalists do. That's the journalists at the New York Times or the Washington Post, right? They receive information. You know, often, information that is not supposed to be out, leaked information, right? That's what he is. And it's very disappointing that Trump didn't pardon him. Beforehand, before he went out. I mean, Biden administration would have gone after him anyway, I guess. But yeah, that's my thoughts. It's getting late. It's almost 3:00, so my brain's starting to shut down. No, you make me a sandwich. How about a salad? Yeah. I mean, only in like a wealthy society, wealthy modern society, is this what people like. The protest with this placard. No, you make me a sandwich. Like, what? What is this? Is this really the greatest social evil now? Is this the new, like, women making sandwiches is oppression? Like, you have to live in a society where obviously there is an enormous excess of calories, right? If there's a lot of excess calories for people to consume, it's a wealthy society, right? When the major health risk to your society is obesity, right? You're living with a kind of privilege that no societies have ever had in history. I'm not saying it's good to eat a bunch of crappy food that's full of cheap calories and become obese. I'm just saying that maybe you should have some perspective on your society, No, you make me a sandwich. Wow, she's a hero. This is what feminism was invented for that sign. All right. Oh, this is good. Dave Rubin, this is absolutely spectacular. Let's watch this.
Funny, you don't look Palestinian.
From the nation to the sea, Palestine will be free.
From the nation to the sea?
No, from the mountains to the sea.
From the mountains to the sea?
That's what we want.
From the mountains to the sea?
Yeah.
Which mountains? You don't know, eh? You fucking idiot. Funny, you don't look Palestinian.
You fucking idiot. From the river to the sea. The river is the Jordan River. She doesn't know, but this is normal for the modern left, right? They don't know. The issues don't even matter, right? The issue is never the issue. James Lindsay says this all the time. The issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution, right? I'm not saying that this woman is consciously working towards a revolution, right? What I'm saying is that the reason that the flags and the emojis or whatever in the bios change so quickly is because they don't actually care about any of the things, right? It's always just moving which way the wind blows, which way the wind is saying is the left. It's just always moving in what feels like the leftist direction. You could say the progressive direction, right? The issues themselves don't really matter. And the result of it is just a constant move towards the thing that it's really about, which is anti-capitalism and Marxism, because all of these people are socialists. All of them. That is, you can predict that with 100% certainty. Anyway, that's an idiot. From the nation to the sea, from the mountains to the sea. The thing is, don't expect them to know what they're talking about. It doesn't matter. And their causes change so quickly that they could never get to know them in any kind of depth anyway. This is Rich. Justin Trudeau. As of today, Canada's new suicide crisis and emotional distress helpline is available across the country. If you need help or know someone who does, you can reach out 988 by phone and text in English and French at any time of the day and any day of the week. So I'm assuming this is to convince people to commit suicide. I mean, Canada is now the world leader in medically assisted death. They're offering it to everybody. It's certainly a lot cheaper, for the healthcare system that Justin Trudeau has destroyed with his mass immigration. I mean, this is just rich. It really is. It's like he has no sense or shame whatsoever. Canada's new suicide crisis and emotional distress helpline. I mean, the joke writes itself. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's suicide booths by next year. No, next week. Canada is not even, I'm sorry, Canada, let's just linger on this for 1 second. I just need to reference it. Canada is not even recognizable from where it was before he took over, right? The damage he has inflicted economically is generational now, right? It's not like, we can get in, a responsible leader and it'll, be fixed in the normal term, 4 years or whatever. These are generational problems now. Canada's been changed in ways that it will never become the old Canada again, right? And it's all intentional. Trudeau is the man who said that we're the first post-national country, right? He said Canada has no core identity. Those are the kinds of things you'd be saying if you didn't even see yourself as the leader of Canada, but as some kind of world leader, some sort of international leader. Your allegiance really isn't to Canada, it's to something else, some other organization. I wonder what that could be. Maybe it starts with a W, and then an E, and then an F. He strikes me more as just kind of a globalist, middle manager. And he's been prepping us. Canada has no core identity, according to Trudeau. I mean, why even bother thinking of yourself as Canadian? Why even bother being concerned about your history or your culture? It doesn't mean anything, We're a post-national country. God, I hate Justin Trudeau. I hope that comes across. I can't wait to vote him out. All right. Bunch of Elon stuff. More Elon stuff. Wow, okay. So what's this? Declaration of memes. It says how socialists think capitalism works. So the poor get poorer, rich get richer. How capitalism actually works. Poor get richer, the rich get richer. How socialists think socialism works. Poor equals rich. How socialism actually works. The state pointing a gun at the people of the people trying to escape. That is factually true. I mean, you just need to take a look at some history books or even just modern history. Like, this is how it works. The problem for the left is that they can't imagine that. They think that everything is a zero-sum game, right? So every transaction there is a winner and a loser, and it's winner take all in every transaction, right? Whereas the way that capitalism actually works is that it's a positive sum game, right? So both sides get something. You hire a plumber to come to your house to fix your sink, you get the service, he gets paid for it. Both gain, both people win. It's a positive sum transaction there. It's a positive sum game. The modern left just can't seem to grasp this obvious reality, right? It's part of this oppressed oppressor narrative that everything has to be viewed through, this lens that everything has to be viewed through. And they're just willfully ignorant, unfortunately. And if they had like a success story they could point to, I mean, that'd be one thing, right? But they don't. Their team loses every single time. And by loses, I mean, millions of people dying. So there's that. Let's see. It increasingly looks like the Liberals' strategy to reverse their declining support is to accuse the Conservatives of importing MAGA Trumpism into Canada and supporting Vladimir Putin. It won't work. It may even make matters worse. I'll tell you what, MAGA Trumpism looks pretty good these days after what we've been living through for the last 8 years. But this is the only game that they have, right? There's no substance, right? It's MAGA. This is what they've been doing. Keep in mind, the Liberals had Hillary Clinton at their convention, right? And then they turn around and accuse Pierre Poilievre of being MAGA, Canadian MAGA, using in, American tactics. I don't give a shit. I like Trump. So I'm already sold if that's the case, right? But they imagine this is going to work. I mean, there has been, the Canadian media is shamelessly biased, and they're also obsessed with American politics. So they seem to hate Trump even more than the American media does. It's something to behold. Part of the reason that, really the big reason that I cover American politics is for Canadians, because everything that they get about American politics is seen through like the CNN, MSNBC lens. It's hopelessly biased. They're hopelessly biased against Trump and anything conservative in the States. And there is no Fox News in Canada, right? So for like cable news, for like TV news, there's no Fox News. There's nothing that's conservative. We have some conservative newspapers, but there's nothing you see on your screen that's in any way even remotely conservative, right? So I'm trying to fight back against that, because that affects Canadian politics too. So when they are constantly demonizing like Trump and the Republican Party and Canadian news, whenever they cover it, that does affect Canadian politics as well. So, it falls upon independent people like myself and others to try and counter that narrative. For one thing, so that Canadians can get a different opinion and, perhaps more accurate news. And also because of the deleterious effect that it has on Canadian politics itself. Now, again, the Conservatives are way up right now. It looks like it's going to be a landslide win in the next election. There are limits to what the media can achieve. But I'd like to think that I'm making at least some small difference, my own small way. Let's keep going. We're at 3.5 hours now. I didn't think I was going to make it this long. You guys want me to keep going? Tell me in the chat. Let's see. RIP minimum wage jobs. When they finally raise the minimum wage. And yes, turning into a robot. I mean, that is kind of inevitable anyway. It's just, is there really a need to rush it through by coming up with unreasonable minimum wages, All right. Oh, yeah. This was unbelievable. Did you guys see this? Take a look. The NFL needs to speak out against the Kansas City Chiefs fan in the blackface native headdress. They're doubling up on racism. Are you going to say anything, Roger Goodell? So here's the picture of the kid with the headdress on. But what is the real story here? All right, we have to find it again. I don't know why it does that every time. but I can't figure it out. But we'll be there in a second. Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, he's just wearing the team colors, right? And also it turns out that he's actually Native himself, the kid. They're so desperate. They're so desperate to just find some racism somewhere under some rock. There must be some. There must be some racism in this haystack. They're so desperate for it. You know, and the thing is that when they do stuff like this, of course, there's no consequences, right? I mean, hey, good try. Didn't work out. Oh, well, next time you'll find something idiotic that'll work. And they do it to the fact that they're so willing to demonize children, you know, it really tells you something, right? It's by any means necessary tactics. From Felix Rex, Irish Lives Matter graffiti investigated as hate crime. Irish Lives Matter is a hate crime in Ireland. Local lawmakers have condemned the slogan as racist poison and an effort to create fear among immigrants. I repeat, Irish Lives Matter is apparently racist in Ireland. So strange, isn't it? So strange. How does that make any damn sense? Here we go. Toronto Star. There's going to be friction. 2/3 of Canadians say immigration target is too high. Yeah, we're watching the country fall apart around us. You know, again, everybody has their line, right? Maybe 18 hours in the emergency room wait, right? Maybe that's the line for somebody. Maybe never being able to afford a house. Ever. You know? Maybe that's a line for somebody. So Canadians are waking up. They're waking up. Because it's reality, right? Reality hits you, and then it's just got a better argument than whatever your sensibilities were. Retards is a highly offensive term that really hurts people. Please consider removing it from your vocabulary. Is it really that offensive, though? I mean, it depends who you say it to, doesn't it? Really? Let's see, 3 likes. That's got 3 likes. And I think a lot of people re-quoting him and calling him a retard, I would guess. It's the natural thing, right? From now on, I will just say that person has Down syndrome. That fixed it. Let's see. See, this one says 3 in 4 Canadians say higher immigration is worsening housing crisis. Well, it obviously is. I mean, it's supply and demand. You flood the country with people and they need places to live. It's obviously going to happen. Anybody would know that except for somebody in the Liberal Party or the NDP. Oh, here we go. Konstantin Kissin. Hey, Siri, why does no one trust scientists, academics, or the media anymore? From the Daily Mail, debunking the myth of the male hunter. Prehistoric women were better at hunting than men, study claims. Do I even need to debunk this? I mean, it's just so obviously absurd on its face, right? This is, I mean, really, we've gotten to political correctness, really in the Soviet sense of the word, of those words, right? The political correctness that it's not true, but it's politically correct. It's acceptable to say, right? Because, okay, so I guess we'll go through it a little bit. So keep in mind that, hunter-gatherer societies didn't have like birth control, that sort of thing. So the women would be pregnant all the time, right? Which is hard to hunt when you're pregnant. And also, the children would need to be taken care of, right? And because there would often be, the food would be scarce, breastfeeding would be really important. And I imagine they would have breastfed the kids as long as possible, right? So you can't really hunt when you're doing that. Then, of course, the obvious physiological difference between men and women, which I don't know what they were claiming that women have, they can run longer or something. I don't think that's actually true. I think that's fake. But you just look at the difference, and just clearly when you're out to kill a wild animal, like even if you're doing, I believe what's called persistence hunting, which is just like on the African savanna, there's like an animal, a gnu or something like that, and you would just follow it, right? And because they can't sweat, they have to breathe through their mouths and cool down through their tongue. If they have to stop in the midday sun, they've got to stop and rest in the shade to cool down, right? And if they can't do that, if you keep following them and they have to keep going, they'll just fall down, right? And then you can finish them off when you get there. Even then, you're dealing with large animals, right? And then plus somebody's got to carry that back to everybody so everybody can eat, right? Like it's just clearly not. It's just clearly absurd, this idea, but they still say it. It makes absolutely no sense, but they still say it. Hey Siri, why does no one trust scientists, academics, or the media anymore? Yeah, like the word expert doesn't mean what it used to, right? People don't hear that word the way they used to anymore. And it's because of bullshit like this. Insanity. This is, again, like in the strictest Soviet sense, this is political correctness, right? You know, there's a great old joke from the Soviet Union. They pretend to pay as we pretend to work. And this kind of stuff is a kind of origin of jokes like that. Let's see. Yeah, here, I mean, Canadian healthcare and what's happened to it. My daughter was in the Abbotsford Hospital for a serious medical condition. I went to visit her. There were beds in the halls and feces on the bathroom floor, burnt out staff. It was like a third world country. 30 years of NDP, United Liberal government, broke BC healthcare. Yeah. Michael Moore isn't going to tell you that. Huh. What's this? Black people built India. That's interesting. The black origins of Indian civilization. You know, there were interesting African civilizations. Don't need to make up stuff. It just seems to be this weird thing. Like you've got there's things going on. I've seen things about people claiming that, you know, Stonehenge was actually African. Very, very strange. But I guess she does have that hairstyle. But you know what? Even with that hairstyle, as incontrovertible as that evidence seems to be, I don't know. I still think that the origins of Indian civilization were Indians. You know, maybe just because it's always been and it is now full of Indians, perhaps. It seems like it just makes the most sense. Let's see. Oh, here's more on Trudeau wanting to buy the media. Cabinet should consider directly paying individual reporters up to $45,000 a year in the name of diversity, Says, of course. Says the Department of Canadian Heritage report. Direct cash payments would be in addition to rebates of $29,750 per employee at cabinet-approved newsrooms. Ever feel like you've been lied to? Oh, here we go. Here's another good example of what Canada has turned into.
Nice going, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand today and rise in support of the motion that my wonderful colleague from Calgary Edgemont has proposed. I recognize my limitations as a cisgendered man and recognize that we don't have all of the answers, especially with respect to folks with uteruses. And I would be remiss to not...
Folks with uteruses? I've never heard of that before. Folks with uteruses. This is Canada.
Identification that we also in this motion have to recognize non-binary and trans folks who still possess uteruses. And when we have this conversation about providing services,
I mean, that's really all it comes down to, is if you have a uterus, what more do you need to know about somebody anyway? Whether they just have a uterus or not, It's really important to support people with uteruses, or maybe just the uteruses. I mean, maybe the rest of the person around the uterus is just completely useless anyway.
Recognize that some of the most marginalized folks in our community are often those that have intersectional identities. Being a queer man myself and also an Indigenous man, I recognize that I come from two communities that haven't always had the benefit of adequate services. And this
don't seem that marginalized, really, But anyway, let's continue.
I believe aims to address that. I would recognize that both the non-insured health benefits that many Indigenous folks do have the option to receive, unfortunately don't extend to non-status or Métis folks that are also in the same kind of situation with respect to the affordability crisis. Mr. Speaker, we are at a time where things are outrageously expensive, and alleviating one bill from individuals' lives, especially those folks with uteruses, would be an immense help. And this motion would be a good win for the UCP. It would be a good win for the government to show Albertan women and folks with uteruses that they also matter. When we are talking about menstrual products and contraception, that is an added tax on...
Well, I mean, it's been a major problem in Canada of people with uteruses not mattering. Let's continue.
Folks that are born with uteruses. And that is not fair in a society as rich as Alberta. When we have this conversation that the minister opposite mentioned that this is not an opportunity for Albertans to be alleviated from their already overburdened pocketbooks from every single bill that has gone up. This would provide them that service. This would provide them the opportunity to be covered under this motion, under this plan. And I am really happy that we're having this conversation, but I'm also really conscious of the fact that I am still a man sitting up talking about this. And I would urge that we have more recognition that there are people with uteruses that need to have real accessible motions and programs to provide affordable relief to them.
Well, what I get from that is that they should definitely, I guess they're talking about, I don't know, like hygiene products or something, but they should be giving away free uteruses. There should be a uterus machine in the men's room, every men's room, because they might be marginalized people that I don't have uteruses, I guess. All I know is that uteruses are super important. and that I guess they're marginalized. I don't know. I don't really understand any of this. I don't understand the modern world. It is surreal though, right? Like, instead of just saying women, right? And women are valued in Canada, obviously, right? Women are not marginalized in Canada. Women are considered to be very important in Canada, right? They're the ones with the uteruses. We all know it. He knows it. Everybody knows it. But this game, this charade has to be played. I mean, I wonder, like, people reading history books, maybe 50 years, 100 years from now. I mean, it'll just look like just a giant comedy. They'll be laughing their asses off. Women and people with uteruses. Oh, Babylon B. To encourage Biden to rescue hostages, posters will now feature photos of WNBA players. That's a classic. Let's see. According to the media, this is blackface and this is a woman. Yes, how true. I don't know. I'm getting really tired. I don't know if I want to subject myself to this one. All right. We're going to do it. But I don't know if it's good for us.
Hatred. It feels almost akin to racism.
This is not like racism, it is racism. Anti-fatness is rooted in anti-blackness. And the reason why people are pursuing thinness is because they're pursuing proximity to whiteness. The reason why people hate fat people is because people hate black people. And appearing curvy or bigger is associated with blackness, especially black women, and that's why they're discriminated in the workplace, overly sexualized, and this has gone back for centuries and centuries. All systems of oppression, capitalism, sexism, racism, it all comes back to white supremacy, which is the foundation of the fabric of America and rules every sector and aspect of our society.
That's just a lot to go through when all you really mean is that you don't want to go to the gym. How do you even do? I mean, I guess that's, this is one of those people that's unreachable, right? You can't reach them. So what? It's like, it's anti-fatness is rooted in anti-blackness. What? Because she said so? Like, what is anti-fatness? Like wanting to be healthy? That's anti-fatness? Like your doctor saying you're going to get diabetes? Is that anti-fatness? And rooted in anti-blackness. I think the reason that they say things that don't make sense, it's just like stringing things together, is because it doesn't matter, right? As long as it's in the right direction, as long as it feels like anti-capitalist or anti-Western, right? As long as it feels left-wing, nobody's going to correct them, right? Nobody around them is going to correct them, because if they do, well, then they might be denounced themselves. So the reason why people are pursuing thinness is because they're pursuing proximity to whiteness. I can think of other reasons, right? Like wanting to look better than her, for instance. That's one reason. The reason why people hate fat people is because people hate black people. Who? Who does exactly? Yeah, let's see. Posey Poet says, no self-respect, so it's racist. Yeah. I mean, it really does come down to that, doesn't it? Let's keep going here. And appearing curvy or bigger is associated with blackness. According to who? Like, they just make this shit up. She probably spent a lot of money at a university to learn this, actually. This is what happens when you have that kind of, I guess, anti-scientific critical theory courses, right? Being taught, people being taught these. It has the kind of veneer of authority behind it, because you're learning it at a university or a college, but and there's nobody there to tell you that none of this makes any sense. These are just a bunch of assertions, right? This is not scholarship, right? Have you ever looked at any of the papers, by the way, that are quoted all the time and that they teach in these? They are just word salads. They're intentionally dense and unreadable to keep you from actually trying to understand it, because they don't actually. It's all incoherent. It's all incoherent. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm just getting super tired. I'm gonna have to shut this down in a second. I'm having trouble talking now. But like, it's not an accident that it's what she's saying is just. It's almost like a random strung together bunch of statements, right? That don't mean anything. Let's keep going here. What's our next one? Especially black women, of course. And that's why they're discriminated in the workplace. Again, this is just an assertion. Overly sexualized by who? And this has gone back for centuries and centuries. Okay? All systems of oppression, capitalism, sexism, racism, of course. And these are all systems of oppression, right? These people also know nothing about economics or socialism or capitalism. Otherwise, they obviously wouldn't think this way. But it's stringing together these words, right? These buzzwords, right? All comes back to white supremacy, of course, as if there's any logic in this whatsoever. Which is the foundation of the fabric of America and rules every sector and aspect of our society. Well, then why aren't they shutting you up then exactly, right? If it's so oppressive, if the white supremacy is so oppressive, why are you allowed to do this? Exactly. Like they just forgot about you? The systems of oppression just didn't get to you yet? You'd think this might occur to them eventually, right? When you're obese, that's a sign that you're not oppressed. Oppressed people aren't obese, right? It's kind of goes with the whole being oppressed thing. Do you know what? We need a palate cleanser for a second. We need to go back to the puppies. There we go. That's nice. Look at them. See, they don't care. They've never been to Harvard. They've never been in a critical studies class. They don't believe in critical race theory. They're just nice puppies. They're having a good time hanging out because they're all pals. They're all best friends. That's nice. Okay. Palate cleansed. That's an awful person. And you know the saddest thing about this woke cult, this critical theory cult, is that it makes its adherents' lives terrible. This would be a terrible way to go through life. This paranoia that this poor person is suffering from. You know, it ruins her life, and then she goes on to ruin the lives of the people all around her, right? To be unpleasant, to make people dislike her, to make the people that she runs into makes their day worse. Let's see. Dogs are predictable. That's why we love them. It's true. It's true. And they're also not communists. Not a single one. Let's see. Well, there's the one about the kid that they smeared. I hope that this kid smears Deadspin, or sues Deadspin, and that idiot journalist. I hope he makes a ton of money. Nick Sandman, that was the kid from Covington High. There was the big thing where the native guy got in his face, and then the media reported it as if Nick Sandman was the bad guy, and they only showed a little short clip of the footage. And when you saw the longer footage, you saw the full context there. He sued CNN and I think the New York Times. I know CNN settled with him, and I don't know how much for, but I imagine it was a considerable amount for them to settle. I don't think it was like a nuisance payment. I'm not sure what happened with the other cases that he filed, but that was the case. It's similar to this, where they just smeared him, and it was a child. This kid's even younger. Shameless. And let's see, ladies, does this ever happen to you? It's tough to be a woman, from Libs of TikTok. Let's see what this is all about.
Please, don't you hate it when your balls are sticking out of your panties just a little bit? And it doesn't hurt that bad right now, but you know if you just keep going the way it is, it's going to start chafing and just hurting worse. Why did God do this to women? Please, don't you hate it when your balls are sticking out of your panties just a little bit?
See, that's why I never wear panties when I'm live streaming. Guys, it just sucks so much, you know? Let's see. Poet says it's projection, just like Justin Trudeau does. Small fringe minority. Yeah, exactly correct. Ladies, this has ever happened to you? What happened again? What happened?
And it doesn't hurt that bad. Please, don't you hate it when your balls are sticking out of your panties just a little bit? And it doesn't hurt that bad right now, but you know if you just keep going the way it is, it's going to start chafing and just hurting worse.
Modern problems, huh? Modern problems for women. Good Lord. All right. I guess we're into the really fun part of the live stream. We're almost at 4 hours again, too. Wow. I don't know how I keep talking this long. But apparently it's happening. Let's see. I'd learned to love how to dance like this. Kind of a sensual burlesque. Consider this slice of beauty your timeline cleanse for the day. So, okay. So the old-timey music just made it that much classier than it already is. I don't know what that is. I can't explain that to you. It's this sort of thing apparently is fairly common in the world now. This just happened. And, well, I guess I did personally enjoy it. Because, if you're not laughing, you're crying, I guess. This is a long thread here, which I think I'm too tired to actually read it. So let's skip that. Maybe we'll come back to it. Maybe I should try and beat last week. Last week was 4 hours and 20 minutes. I thought that was impossible for me to do, but we're 3 hours, 59 minutes right now. So do I have like another 22 minutes in me? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. What's this one? Declaration of memes. 2020, wear a mask or it's your funeral, idiot. LOL. Get jabbed or it's your funeral, idiot. LOL. Get boosted or it's your funeral, idiot. LOL. Wear a mask or it's your funeral, idiot. LOL. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? That's the timeline exactly. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. Prehistoric women were probably better at hunting than men. We've been over this already. That is super retarded. Let's see. Poet saying I can do it. Well, if you want me to, I can try. Is there anybody else? Anybody on Rumble want me to keep going? It's been the chat has been very quiet on Rumble tonight. I'm surprised. Revolution has begun. It's a dog with a no dog sign. I like it. I like it. I approve. That's way better than that fat guy dancing. Oh, yeah, this. Okay. Gripped media editor John McGurk on recent criticism from politicians and other journalists. We don't censor news just because politicians believe the public might think the wrong thing if they heard the facts. So this is actually incredibly revealing, where the interviewer here and the other people on this panel are not even hiding the fact that they are not interested in telling the truth. Their job isn't to tell the truth. Their job is to engineer public opinion and the narrative. So let's take a look.
Your website, John McGurk, has received a lot of criticism this week
reporting the news,
for choosing to highlight the nationality of the suspect in this night attack at a moment in time when there were hostilities in the city centre. I'm wondering, in what way did you feel his nationality had a bearing on this incident?
It was entirely relevant because, as subsequent facts have shown, he was somebody who came here, was given citizenship after being issued with a deportation order, and has never, according to the Sunday Independent, worked a day in his life. It is relevant because of what happened with Joseph Puska, what happened in Sligo with Yusuf Palani. It is further relevant, I would say. I mean, it's fascinating that I'm being asked this question because no one is saying the story was untrue. Essentially, the story...
No, I'm not didn't say it was untrue. I asked you what its relevance was.
It's essentially the position now seems to have gone from, we're worried about misinformation and disinformation, to all of a sudden you can no longer report true information or you're whipping up fear. And so I would question, you're a fellow journalist, we're discussing journalism, I would question you, what power do you have, Ciara, or any journalist have, to decide what fact the public should or should not know?
I'm not saying that they have. I'm saying what journalists do have, John McGurk, what they do have, John McGurk, is a responsibility.
For what?
That's what journalists have.
Not to overheat an already
Not to overheat or inflame an already hostile situation. That's the responsibility journalists also have.
What your essential position is that you, as a journalist sitting in that chair, should decide what information the people watching this programme have, and if you decide that they can't handle it, you don't give it to them. In this case, the information was true, it was relevant. It is utterly nonsensical to suggest that the discontent...
It's really incredible. I mean, they're just laying it out there. She's just laying it out there. Their job is to manipulate the public. That's what she's saying. In fact, she says they have a responsibility to do that, to shape the narrative. Not to tell people the truth or what is reality, right? It's to manipulate. She is saying it. She's not hiding it. I mean, it's just out in the open now. And I guess there are people that are very receptive to that message. They want to be manipulated. There are things they don't want to know. Maybe it would make them question their beliefs, the things that they do, in ways that might make them uncomfortable. Maybe it'd ruin dinner parties for them. It really is shocking, isn't it? I mean, but this is in Ireland. But the media operates the same way everywhere in the Western world, certainly in the English-speaking world, right? They're just saying it openly. Saying it openly. No, you don't deserve to know. We'll let you know what we think you can handle. It's unbelievable. I mean, we can't say that we weren't warned, right? Like, we can't, feign ignorance. It's pretty obvious at this point. Let's see. Poet's saying nothing has changed in Rome. Do you mean like with Maloney in Italy? That's true. It doesn't seem to be. I've not been following it closely. I've not been following her closely. But it seems like she seems to have had a bit of a change of heart on immigration after getting election. I mean, people were very hopeful about her. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. Maybe I should take a closer look and find out a bit more. Maybe I'll do that, and I'll report on next Friday's late night live stream. By the way, subscribe. I forgot to ask you guys to subscribe for 4 hours now, but subscribe, especially on Rumble. There's always way more people watching on Rumble than on YouTube. And I really want to build up the Rumble audience. I get more views there already than I do on YouTube with half of the subscribers. YouTube, I've got about 11,400. Rumble, I got 5,600, and I get more views on Rumble already because I'm not suppressed there. So I really want to build up that audience. If you're watching on YouTube right now, consider, I mean, if you already watch Rumble sometimes, look me up the next time you go on there, Radio Baloney. Subscribe. It's awesome. It helps me out. I'd be eternally grateful to you for doing that. And if you don't watch it, if you're on YouTube right now and you don't watch it, if you're watching this later in the replay, consider opening up a Rumble account because, there are going to be people that you watch on YouTube. If you're watching this right now, there's going to be other people that you like on YouTube that are going to get banned leading up to the next election. So you might as well start one up and start following the people that you follow on YouTube. Most of them are going to be on Rumble now anyway, if not all of them, right? So it takes a couple of minutes, and I think it's worth it. And then if the people that you like get nuked off YouTube, you can still watch them. I mean, there's stuff like Louder with Crowder. I only watch that on Rumble. That's one I will only watch there. All right. Now what are we up to? 1900s. Ireland is for the Irish. Yes, yes, Queen. 2023. Ireland is for the Irish. Nazi, bigot, racist, fascist. I still can't believe Sinn Féin has gone woke. That's just unbelievable to me. Like I believe Sinn Féin is the political wing of the IRA, right? They're woke and like open borders. Incredible. Yeah, sinking badly in the polls. Trudeau's desperate liberals will say anything to try and stop Poilievre's momentum. Yeah, they're trying to just digging into the old book, just like far right. Everything's far right. American politics. Even though they had Hillary Clinton at their own convention, right? MAGA, bringing MAGA to Canada. A lot of people wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind some MAGA in Canada. I'm okay with that. Anyway, I don't think it's going to work because again, it's no substance. It's just style and fear politics. These people know nothing. What the hell is this? It's time to throw away the razors and be the hairy mammal nature intended. So what's going on here? I guess we're getting some. All right.
My armpits, my blonde armpits, in over a year. My legs? I haven't shaved in like 5 or 6 years, but I think I just love my legs. They're so satisfying. Especially when the blonde hair reflects off the light. I like that. It's just satisfying to me. It all matches. I do not touch my eyebrows because I feel that people will pluck all their eyebrows off, wax them off, and then color or tattoo them in to be full again. But I have naturally full eyebrows, so what's the point? We're not in that 1990s, early 2000s phase with wire-thin eyebrows trending, so no. My body hair is a staple of who I am. You know, like 75% of the United States population doesn't shave? 50% are men and 75% are kids? Everyone has body hair. And I accessorize mine. I always will. Yeah. Go vegan. Grow out your vegan armpits.
Well, it is natural, but I'm afraid in this case, nature is wrong, commie. I guess it's harmless, right? I guess it's harmless. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's see, media is bread and circus. Yeah. But it's more than that now, right? It is just this active mechanism of control. Like it's not even pretending to be objective or serving the public anymore. It clearly is not serving the public. It's serving a different master. And it ain't us. Oh, so this is about the Lady Ballers, which I did a review of that at the beginning of the live stream 4 hours ago. Says this movie could have been Lady Ballers is the movie about it's the goofball comedy about the men pretending to be women so that they can get into women's sports, right? From Daily Wire. This movie could have been released in the theaters in 2005, and everyone would have laughed at how, 1, silly, 2, unrealistic, and 3, immoral something like this would be. Yet somehow it became our reality. It's true. If it had been released in 2005, it absolutely would have been in the theaters. They couldn't get it in the theaters. No distributor would take it, which is stupid because they lost money. Because this would have been successful. Again, it's not a masterpiece, but it's funny. It's good. It's surprisingly good. And you can only watch it if you've got a Daily Wire subscription. And if you do, I would watch it. I'm not being paid by them, so I'm not going to tell you to go and get a subscription. But the movie's worthwhile. Look at this. This is Ireland again. Green Party Senator Pauline O'Reilly. She's talking about, she's thrilled about this new dystopian hate speech law that they're
When
want
you
to
think
pass.
about it, all law, all legislation is about the restriction of freedom. That's exactly what we're doing here, is we are restricting freedom, but we're doing it for the common good. You will see throughout our Constitution.
It always seems like when they're doing things for the common good, they're doing things for the common bad. Doesn't it?
Yes, you have rights, but they are restricted for the common good. Everything needs to be balanced. And if your views on other people's identities go to make their lives unsafe, insecure, and cause them such deep discomfort that they cannot live in peace, then I believe that it is our job as legislators to restrict those freedoms for the common good. When you think about it,
Restricting freedoms for the common good. Restrict everybody's freedoms for the common good. It just makes so much sense, doesn't it? Nothing horrifying about that woman deciding who can say what and who's going to have the police smashing in through their door to seize all of their devices. Make sure they didn't draw a naughty picture. See, common good, not for the common man. Exactly. That's exactly my point. Yep, 100%. Oops, 100%. Apparently the ADL says 100% is white supremacist. So I guess I did a hate crime there. Crazy world. What's this from Melody Mack? Sorry, white people, but trying too hard not to be racist is low-key kind of racist. Yeah, there's no way out, right? Like it's a rigged game, right? There's no way for you to not be racist by woke standards, right? Everything is rigged. So trying to not be racist is actually racist. Being racist is racist. Not being racist is racist. There's no way out. She says, well, looks like I'm safe. But I mean, the thing is, it is rigged. So there's nothing you can do. All you can do is just reject leftism, modern leftism. Again, like people call themselves liberals that are not liberals. A lot of people call themselves liberals. They're not your old, burnout art teacher from the 80s, who like believed in things like free speech, that doesn't exist anymore. All you can do is just reject everything from the left. Everything. Even if there's something that you kind of agree with in some way, they're not sincere about it anyway. Just, you have to reject everything. Because it's a rigged game and they don't care. And if there's one thing we've learned about what happens with leftist movements, it's that people get hurt. Usually in the millions. I really need to do some rereading about the Soviet Union. Brush up on that. It's hard though, because, or like Mao, the Maoist communist revolution in China, Cultural Revolution, Great Leap Forward. I mean, it's so fucking depressing. It's hard reading. So I'm now 4 hours and 16 minutes in, and I've got the most people watching on Rumble that have been watching all night. God damn it. That means I have to keep going, even though I can barely keep my eyes open. All right, I'm going to try. I mean, if the chat on Rumble starts to pick up, I'll definitely keep going. Let's see. CBC legit interviewed a biracial lesbian couple about the housing crisis. You have to know CBC to understand. I mean, they will have looked specifically for a biracial lesbian couple to talk about the housing crisis, right? I mean, the CBC is so all over into this identity stuff, right? That in their minds, whoever did this, those are the only people whose opinion matter, right? CBC legit interviewed a biracial lesbian couple about the housing crisis. I wonder if they asked them about inflation as well. Damn, it's so ridiculous. It's funny. Yeah, Elon Musk says this about the law, the speech law, language law in Ireland. Language being proposed as law in Ireland could mean this literally could literally happen to you for having a meme on your phone, and it actually literally could. I went through the bill earlier in the stream, probably a couple hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago. And the language in it means, yes, this could happen. This is what they want. Whether or not there'll be enough backlash publicly to prevent them from doing it, I don't know. When you're welcomed into the world and told that your share of the national debt is $78,000. All right. Oh, it's Zelensky and Biden in bed. I bet he's thinking about Israel. He is, actually. It's actually true. There's always a seed of truth in a good joke. Let's see. What's this? Women posting L's. I'm literally sat waiting for a mental health appointment, and two of the doctors just walked past, looked at me, and then pissed themselves laughing. Oh, that's a classic. That's classic. Unfortunately, no video there. I was hoping there would be. I think we're past there. Okay. I think we're almost there. Yep. Jesus. What would possess? Apparently that's a girl. Good Lord. If that's your daughter, do you kick her out of the basement, or do you just think this person cannot be left to themselves at the mercy of the world? I don't know. That's kind of a tough one, actually. As a look at somebody who might throw a lot of fits and be hysterical quite often. I suppose that could influence the decision. The longer you look, the less empathy you have, I think. I think that's one thing. Let's see. Oh, this is good. It says, have you been mocking us since the beginning of recorded civilization? Yes. It would be great if that's what this actually was. I hope so. Let's see. Wall Street Silver says, this is the best graphic description of the utter stupidity of the left. Yes, here you go. Socialism at the end of the plank, capitalism, standing on it, keeping them alive. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why communist China moved to capitalism with Chinese characteristics, which is actually just fascism, right? The reason is because communism and socialism make you poor. It's extremely unproductive. I guess the socialists don't realize they don't have any perspective on the society in which they live. And so they self-sabotage themselves by trying to unknowingly completely destroy their society's ability to produce resources. What is this? Is this what everyone is listening to these days? So let's check this out. This is very interesting.
Fucking rapping niggas flexing with a big bag. Yo, man's mad, he ain't fuck no more. Mr. Head was good, but I ain't want no more. Fuck a few bitches, but bitches, my mind different. Please don't get it twisted, my pussy was fine different. If you thought I liked it, the pussy a crime different. Y'all fucking on these niggas, I been here, they been trans. Bitch.
Yeah.
They never lacking, I be walking on the same.
Yeah.
Quick change, on the same shit. So quick change. Fucking rapping niggas flexing.
Huh. So I don't care much for the song, but I will say for her, she is extremely fat. So that's something. Why would you be recording that from the back of a van? It looks like she's actually recording a music video there. Why from the back of a van? Because I guess that's how they have to transport her. She can't go in the front. She has to go in the back of the van. Maybe lives very convenient for like Burger King takeouts, I guess. Yeah. I noticed that she was talking about her vagina quite a bit in there. It's interesting. I think all that fat could create a lot of confusion during the lovemaking, because it might be difficult to know if you're actually in or not, because you could just be in between a couple of folds of greasy fat. It's entirely possible. It might be hard to locate the actual, let's say, destination. I guess my point is that she's very, very fat. And we'll move on. Let's see. If you are cold, they are cold. Bring them inside and warm them up. Well, it is true that they're all delicious. Okay. Maybe we'll end it off with this one. Let's take a look.
Being a girl means going to the grocery store and having every man in the place stare at you while you're just trying to, like, pick tomatoes out of the produce aisle because I'm a girl. Being a girl means going to the grocery store and having every man in the place stare at you while you're just trying to, like, pick tomatoes out of the produce aisle.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They weren't doing that. Every man in there wasn't staring at her, unless she had something on her face. No, that didn't happen. She's making that up. She's completely and totally making that up. Maybe if she was standing in there in a G-string, perhaps. But I don't think so. Poet says, narcissist. Yeah, I would say this is a bit narcissistic, in my opinion. Because that didn't happen.
Because I'm a girl. Being a girl means going to the grocery store and having every man in the place stare at you while you're just trying to, like, pick tomatoes out of the produce aisle.
No, that's not real. No, that's not what it is. You're trying to get attention. She's trying to inflate her own value by telling people that. But the problem is, we can see her. So we know that didn't happen. You know, I mean, she's not an ugly woman, but she's not a beautiful. She's not going to command the attention. Every head is not going to turn when she walks in the door. She's fine. She's fine. You know, I just think you're better off not trying to, so obviously inflate yourself so much. And she's stupid. Do you know what? I think that's it. I think that's it for tonight. 4 hours and 26 minutes. So we beat last week by, I think, 6 minutes. And yeah, I think I'm done, guys. Please subscribe, especially on Rumble. Please subscribe. That's super helpful. Then you can know when I do more stuff, which is a huge advantage to you. And yeah, have a great night or morning. I know a lot of people kind of wake up early and start watching. It's probably like noon in England. I know I get some people over there watching too. Let's see. Hold on. Before we go, a comment, chat. She gets no attention in the grocery store, so I'll get attention by saying I get unwanted attention. Yes, exactly. That's the scam right there. Good job. Now go get sleep. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you hopefully next Friday at 11:30. And hopefully next Friday it will just go on and on and on forever.